Hey folks, welcome into some WNBA action on 2K Sports. Our game tonight featuring the Indiana Fever as they go up against the New York Liberty. Thanks for joining us. I'm Blake Suniga here with Brian Banafitemi and Tim Swartz.
Well, fellas, it's almost like we can see the finish line. We're almost there.
Yeah, you definitely can, but that's part of the challenge. Focusing on the game in front of you is one of the hardest things to do.
Well, you got to focus on the task at hand, and that has to be the message in the locker room every single day. Focus on what we've got today, and the rest will take care of itself.
Here we go. And the Liberty start out with the ball. Pass to Fenkem Mengiadu. To the inside. Kone. Good. First shot, first basket.
Nice make for her as they get the scoring started.
Yeah, she gets it going, and hey, who knows? Maybe a big night is in store for her.
Right outside. Boston. Caitlin Clark with the three. The shot's good. Kayla McBride making the play.
And this is her shot. Clark is an absolute menace from beyond the arc.
Outside Cunningham. Five to shoot. The three. Ball Queen with the rebound.
Very close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Not a great habit to get into, letting her get that wide open. Fighting for 2 points. Aaliyah Boston was not going to be stopped.
Pass to Fenkem Mengiadu.
Cunningham.
Here's Kone. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Copper. That is her first foul of the game. A little over a minute and a half into this first quarter. Clock at 6. Pass to Fenkem Mengiadu. And she converts the layup.
I'll bet her percentage is pretty high from that range.
It was a long time coming, but the Liberty finally won it all in 2024.
You think about it, it's their first championship after losing in the finals 5 times, including the year before, 2023. And it wasn't easy. It took the full 5 games, overtime in that game 5, but Liberty fans got to see their team win on their court. Such a sweet feeling.
Here's Kune. And there's the pick. McBride covering. Right side, Cunningham. Drills it from outside. And that makes it a tie ball game.
And every season, Cunningham seems to get better and better. I've especially noticed it on offense.
And we're about 3 minutes into this first quarter. Caitlin Clark outside. Here's Boston. And she battles for the ball and gets the second chance bucket.
This is what Boston brings to your team. So much confidence in securing the offensive board.
Pass to Kone. And the rebound goes to the Fever.
And she doesn't miss many of those, especially with the defender not in the best of positions.
Back to Boston. Out to the wing. Caitlin Clark with the three. And the three ball is good. And so it's New York with it. It's a 5-point game. Pass to Kone. Here's Cunningham. And the foul called on Caitlin Clark. That's her first foul. The Fever making a switch here. Here's Miller. Just 5 to shoot. Pass to Finkem Mengiadu. It's tipped. Boston outside. Caitlin Clark with the three. And another three for Indiana.
That's a short three from Caitlin Clark if you consider where she's usually making them from.
Outside Miller. Pass to Kone. Oh, and it's blocked by Aaliyah Boston.
And already, Aaliyah Boston in her young career has a reputation for being a rim protector.
On the wing, Alana Smith. Clark, right side. And that one's good.
Their offense has come together immediately. They're threatening to run away with this game.
I can't imagine they'll stay this hot for 4 quarters, but if they can even come close, look out.
Yeah, to pick up and keep this offensive pace would be insane.
The first quarter concludes and a double-digit lead on the scoreboard. The Fever on top, leading by 10. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter 2. Teams will make substitutions. Pass to Kone.
Cunningham.
There's a screen. No one near her. And again, it's the Liberty missing.
That's some more rugged play from them inside. They have a decent edge in rebounds.
And that hard work on the boards needs to continue. That could be what swings this game.
Now here's ball clean. Good. First shot, first basket.
Fantastic pass. She made that a very easy bucket with the setup.
New York trailing here. 3 minutes of action thus far in the second quarter. Pass to Kone. From the arc. Ball clean with the rebound.
On an open look like that, she's just got a gift for making the weak coverage pay.
That's a surprising miss. She's almost always deadly when she's that open, even from way downtown.
And the Liberty with possession here. Now Kone. Now here's Cunningham. She's covered by Copper. Fires from deep. That ball's off target, and that's her third miss. She's made 2 shots from the field. Connects from 3-point range.
If you let Copper get comfy, get time, and get set, she'll just continue to bury these shots.
Here's Cunningham. New York, no good that time either. Here's the Fever with the ball. Boston outside. Pass to Harris. Six to shoot. Back to McBride. 3-pointer. And the Fever hit again from deep.
It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. Just phenomenal ball movement.
Everyone's looking for the best shot, and it's paid off during this run.
Pass to Cunningham.
Can they get it? There it is, her third basket. She's taken 7 shots to get those 3.
The defense has not done a good job of getting after her because that's her second three-pointer this quarter.
Now ball queen. 4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. McBride outside. And there the Fever with another bucket.
A proven, consistent scorer in the WNBA, McBride is simply one of the game's best talents.
McCaw. No good on the last second attempt there. And so we've reached the end of the first half of play. Fever ahead, leading by 10. And don't go away after the break. We'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. Now the second half about to get started up again any moment.
Man, it has been an incredible game here from Caitlin Clark.
Well, the threes have been falling for her at an incredible rate. That first half, absolutely ridiculous.
And here in the second, she's got to just keep taking them and keep making them. There is no reason for her to stop.
On the wing, Kalia Copper. Back to Clark. McBride. Kalia Copper for 3. Buries the long-range jumper.
The D has gotten a little lax defending the three-point shot at that end.
Yeah, 3 of the last 5 baskets they've allowed coming from beyond the arc.
They set the pick.
Here's Cunningham.
No good with the triple.
Plus 8 in the rebound differential. One more reason they have absolutely just controlled this game.
Yeah, double-digit advantage on the scoreboard. They've taken the initiative for sure.
And it started out with the rebounding. It sets a tone.
The three-pointer off the mark. Indiana with the ball. This is the most they've led by, 13 points. Pass to ball queen. Now here's Boston. And here's McBride for 3. Tries again. And Boston with the lay-in.
Just a couple years in this league, but when you look at her career numbers, Boston's already one of the best at hitting the O-boards.
Right around a minute and a half played in the third quarter. And here's Mengiadu. Pass to Cunningham. Over Copper. Got a hand on it.
She's just not been on her game. The deficit, it's really not totally on her, but she hasn't helped the situation.
Clark outside. The shot's good. Kayla McBride making the play.
They need to get way more disruptive defensively. They just can't keep allowing these easy buckets. You know, get a little physical. Show some effort.
Defensively, that's job number 1. Effort, nothing easy inside.
Timeout called the Liberty. A challenging stretch for New York here. Still looking for their first bucket of the second half. Pass to Kone. Shot to stop the run. Chalk up 2 right there.
They get one to drop. 1 of 4 here in the third.
Here's the Fever with the ball. They've only allowed 2 points so far in the second half. Clark outside. Down low. And the basket by ball queen.
Something you love about Caitlin Clark, she is always looking for teammates and keeps her head on a swivel.
Pass to Fenke Mengiadu.
Here's Cunningham.
Misses the 3.
Their rebounding has been off the chart today, guys, and that's the number 1 reason why this game is out of hand right now.
Exactly. Their lead is not surprising given their advantage on the glass.
Here's Cunningham.
To the middle. Here's Kune, and she finishes nicely on the layup.
It makes it so easy for your teammate when you can lead her to the rim with a pass like that.
One thing that Sophie Cunningham brings to this team in bundles, energy.
Constantly moving on both ends. Cunningham has great length at 6'1", and is out there to add a spark to her teams and mix it up a little bit. The defense really slow to close out on those three-point attempts.
Bottom line is this. Those triples, they sure add up, don't they? They've got to make the adjustment.
Pass to Fancam Mengiadu. There's a screen. To the paint. And stolen by Boston. For three, Kayla McBride. The shot, no good.
Well, with a clear look at the basket, she doesn't really miss a lot of those.
McBride covering. Pass to Kone. From deep. And the rebound goes to the Fever. Boston inside. The shot is good on the assist from Caitlin Clark.
Well, the moment Boston gets that rock around the rim, it is really tough to stop her.
And here's Mengiadu. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Count that bucket.
Guys, she is a scoring machine. And I know I'm not the only one to describe her that way.
Clark with it. Sinks it. What range from downtown. And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. Fever ahead, just dominating this one. And we're coming back in just a moment. Get ready for the fourth quarter of action when we return. And we welcome you back as we get going into the... So it's both teams making substitutions here. Fourth quarter still young, just over a minute played. Outside Miller. Pass to Shepard. Fancam Mengiadu. Defended by Ball Queen. Shot clock at 5. Here's Miller. 18 feet away, and she knocks it down. So it's Indiana now. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points. And the basket by Carrington.
They're having so much trouble stopping the three-point shot.
And they're not making up for it with their own shots from deep either.
That'll kill you, a differential like that from beyond the arc.
Now Kone. McCaw. And she can't answer back the three-pointer offline. Pass to Ball Queen. Copper outside. Now here's Ball Queen. Good. Coming off the assist by Kalia Copper.
And it's pretty hard not to notice the difference in the passing of these two teams today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats monitor, there's a stark discrepancy. When you look at the assist column, and you see that difference as far as fluidity in their respective offenses, too.
Shot clock at 6. Pass to Fancam Mengiadu. From 13, the Fever pull it in. Now here's Harris. On the wing, Dejanay Carrington. Now here's Harris. She's guarded closely. Carrington outside. Off target from the wing. And it's New York's ball. Here's Miller. The rebound by Harris. Fourth quarter of play, and over 3.5 minutes have gone by now. Pass to Copper. Here's Harris. Fires for three. That shot missing. And it's New York's ball. Here's Miller. Shepard. Here's Kone. Pass to Shepard. Trying to get back on track. Doesn't go that time. Indiana with the ball. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth quarter. Now Harris. Miller defending. Indiana again missing. Here's Kone. She's covered by Copper. Pass to Kone. Right side, Miller. Three-pointer. Misses. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says an awful lot about this team.
Yeah, Blake, I guess they don't need home cooking, like, you're cooking from your mom, to feel at home. Just a masterful performance all around for them.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone. It's the WNBA on 2K Sports. Welcome in, everybody. Tonight we'll see the New York Liberty as they play against the Indiana Fever. In the booth with Tim Swartz and Ryan Benefitemi, I'm Blake Suniga, and we're glad to have you along for the ride.
Hope you guys brought your seatbelts. These teams fly up and down the floor.
I'm strapped in. I locked it in. I'm ready to go. This is a matchup I've been looking forward to. I love these fast-paced ones.
Yeah, me too. But the big question is, who can slow the other one down? I also think dictating the pace is going to be key right here.
Here we go.
Tip-off goes to Indiana. Boston outside. Back to Clark. From the arc, hits the three-point bomb.
That's a short three from Caitlin Clark if you consider where she's usually making them from.
Tipped, stolen by Clark. And it's the Fever on the break. Here's Boston. Good, and the assist goes to Kahleah Copper.
Special delivery right there, fellas. Just a wonderful entry feed.
Pass to Finkem Mengiadu. Clock at 6. Caitlin Clark with the defensive effort. Right outside. Back to Clark. Here's Boston. And here's Kayla McBride from the arc. Hits it from three-point range.
Can score from anywhere on the court, and McBride has really taken on that alpha personality type.
Cunningham up top. They need this. The Fever pull it in. Clark, right side. Pass to Boston. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
It's been a fantastic opening quarter for them.
Yeah, I mean, look at the lead they've jumped out to already. This is the start that coaches dream of.
And here's Mengiadu. Defended by Ball Queen. Here's Kune. Aaliyah Boston grabs the miss.
Great defense right there to prevent one of the best finishers in the league from converting in close.
McBride. Pass to Ball Queen. Now Copper. Now here's Ball Queen. One up, one down. She makes her first shot in this game.
That's just great ball movement.
And that's keyed this run. Passing it with a purpose. The D has not been able to keep up.
Now Kone. Outside Cunningham. Kone. It's hauled in by Boston. And here's Ball Queen. And she drops in the layup off glass.
Hey, look, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They keep getting in the paint, and they keep scoring points.
And you know, Brian, there's not really a lot you can do as a defense when they keep getting in the paint like they have been on this run.
Mengiadu with the bucket.
Well, now we know the rim it doesn't have a lid on it.
Yeah, and you could just feel them getting more tense with each miss. Glad they got that first one out of the way.
Yeah, let's see if that gets them going.
Now here's Ball Queen. McBride misses. On the wing, Sophie Cunningham. And the lead is down inside single digits. And the action on hold as it appears there's been an injury. Yep, she's definitely in a bad way out there right now. Really just tough to see.
Yeah, and from the look of her face, she's in a lot of pain.
Clearly, and it looks like she's coming out of the game to get it checked out.
Indiana with the ball. Kahleah Copper for three. Rebound, New York. Now Cunningham. Pass to Finkem Mengiadu. Clark with the double team. 6 on the shot clock. Goes up again. Kone can't get it to go. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. Now here's Clark. Smith outside. Clark. Pass to McBride. For three. Offensive rebound. Second chance shot. And it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. The Fever on top. They're up by 9. And the second quarter is on the way when we return. And we'll see if we're in store for a more tightly contested quarter as we move into the second. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
Not much room to operate on this one. A very tough D through 1.
You know, they haven't given up a lot of easy chances at all.
Pass to Miller. Expanding her range. Ball Queen with the rebound. The Fever with the lead. Now Harris. Lets it fly. With nobody on her, she buries the jumper.
Perfect screen there. Set her up with a terrific look.
Yeah, but that's a bad job by the defender to not fight through that screen to contest.
You want to see more effort there.
McCaw. The three-pointer off the mark.
Very close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Not a great habit to get into, letting her get that wide open.
Here's Harris. Lets it go from the wing, and she connects with the jumper. Here's New York now, trailing by 13. Here's Miller. Offline with the three. Indiana with the ball. Down low. Smith. Beautiful dish, and the layup goes down.
They are putting the hammer down. Just a huge lead for them.
And it doesn't matter if we're talking about their offense or their defense, because it has all been working for them.
Yeah, to build this lead, you have to do both.
Defended by Ball Queen. Jacks up a three. The Fever pull it in.
Well, even with so much of the season already in the books, there's a lot to still be decided.
The playoff position is in play until the very end, especially the way the WNBA takes the top 8 teams regardless of conference.
Yeah, involving everyone into those bubble spots makes the playoff race a lot more intense.
It's stolen by Carrington. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into this second quarter. The three-pointer is on target.
And it's pretty hard not to notice the difference in the passing of these two teams today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats monitor, there's a stark discrepancy. When you look at the assist column, and you see that difference as far as fluidity in their respective offenses, too.
McCaw. And again, it's the Liberty missing.
Bodied her up and made her alter the trajectory of the shot that time.
Definitely. Some very sound defense played on that trip down.
Here's Carrington. And the Fever hit again from deep.
I like when Carrington is decisive like this. Not overthinking it and shooting in rhythm.
Timeout called the Liberty.
Well, the coaches, they clearly don't like what's going on there, and they want to talk things over.
And why wouldn't they talk things over? I mean, really, you had to take a timeout there and just try to take away some of the opponent's momentum.
So both teams changing it up here. Clark with it. She has 6. Copper outside. The kick out to McBride. Good. Coming out the assist by Kalia Copper.
All these threes they're giving up have really been the driving force of this run.
And the points, they add up in a hurry when you give them looks from deep.
Pass to Kone. Here's the three. Ball Queen with the rebound.
And that'll increase their rebound advantage. They've definitely been winning that battle today.
And control of the boards has given them control of this game.
Leah Copper from outside. Drops in the tray.
12 straight points off of three-pointers, and the D looked shell-shocked.
And now that they're rolling from out there, you've got to get it in their jersey and try to deny those looks.
Especially how well people shoot threes these days.
And here's Cunningham. Vancam Mengiadu. Defended by Ball Queen. Just 4 to shoot. New York, no good that time either. And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. The Fever on top, delivering the blowout. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. Welcome back to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the final 2 quarters. It's been quite the game for Clark.
This is the type of quality performance we expect to see from her. She's always setting the bar high for herself, and sometimes I think we kind of just get numb to how good she really is sometimes.
And it's so hard to perform when everyone is keyed in on you. You know, to be able to play like she has with that kind of reputation, what can you say about it? It's impressive.
Hello and welcome back. Third quarter just about to get going, and what has been a runaway of a game so far. It's good.
Over the years, Copper has just gotten better and better at scoring the ball.
Now Kone. On the wing, Sophie Cunningham. This one for 3. Drills the three-pointer.
Well, you look at her career numbers, Cunningham's three-point stats, they've gotten better with each year. It's why she's in the league.
Clark outside. Screen by Smith. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Kune.
They got lucky. They got lucky. And the defense is taking a big chance, leaving her open behind the arc. And I'm not sure I'm okay with that game plan.
Pass to Cunningham. Puts up a 3. And the rebound goes to the Fever. Here's Copper.
Well, it's certainly not easy to contain Copper. I mean, over and over again, we see her put defenders in really tough spots like this.
And the first one drops. So after making the first, she goes 1 for 2. To the middle. That's tipped.
They start the second half 1 for 4.
Inside. And the basket by Ball Queen.
Oh, man. She is so good at making those lead passes.
Timeout called the Liberty.
Yeah, I think the coach is watching a lot of shots they normally make rimming out, and it has to be frustrating. Maybe see if they could create some scoring opportunities at the free throw line.
That may be the answer for them, but, you know, ultimately, I expect them to shoot their way out of this slump.
And we're just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Pass to Kone. From past the arc. And again, it's the Liberty missing.
Shooting 20% to start the second half doesn't bode well for how this will play out for them. They've had a solid start to the second half offensively, gotten good looks and hit 3 of 4 of them.
Here's Kone. They set the pick. Out to the left wing. Hits the jumper in space.
Fantastic pass. She made that a very easy bucket with the setup.
Pass to Ball Queen. Here's Smith. Now here's Copper. Back to Clark. Screen by Smith. For 3. They get it back. Soft touch off the glass.
Their rebounding has been off the chart today, guys, and that's the #1 reason why this game is out of hand right now.
Exactly. Their lead is not surprising given their advantage on the glass.
Here's Kune. Pass to Cunningham. Knocked away and stolen by Smith. Now the Fever moving it up. Here's McBride. Clark outside. And here's Smith. The kick out to Copper. Takes the 3. Good on the triple.
If you let Copper get comfy, get time, and get set, she'll just continue to bury these shots.
Pass to Fencam Mengiadu. Now Cunningham. She's covered by Copper. Clock is at 3. So the whistle blows on the shot. 2 free throws for the contact there. And it'll be on Ball Queen.
Take a break. Take a break. 2 shots.
The first free throw is good. So she gets them both. So it's Indiana now. Carrington outside. And another 3 for Indiana.
Still working on this part of her game, but look, when Carrington is nailing the 3 ball, it does a lot for her confidence.
Outside Cunningham. McCaw, covered by Carrington. McCaw connects from 3-point range.
How about that for a response?
We'll give you a 3, and then we'll take it right back.
It's turning into a 3-point contest.
7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. On the wing, Alana Smith. And the Fever hit again from deep.
They're going back to the 3-point shot over and over again.
They might have found the Achilles heel of this defense. That was their 9th straight point from beyond the arc.
Pass to Miller. Cunningham. Here's Smith. And the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. And as we conclude the third quarter, pretty much a blowout. It's been a one-sided affair. Fever ahead, opening a huge gap. And don't go away, we'll be back momentarily. And we welcome you back. And how about the journey of Temi Fagbenle? Was out of the WNBA from 2019 to 2023.
Played in Europe for those years, winning titles in 3 countries, Spain, Italy, and England. Came back to the United States with the Fever in 2024 and was selected by Golden State in the expansion draft.
Now here's Harris. Carrington outside. To the left side wing. And the basket by Ball Queen.
Textbook. Nice pass, nice catch, nice shot.
For those joining us, fourth quarter here, and we're just over 2.5 minutes into it. Shot from the wing. New York, no good that time either.
You know, you watch her and you see her mechanics are totally out of whack right now. She's lost all feel for her shot.
Yeah, and it's not hard to tell. You know, just look at her numbers right now. Nothing is going down for her.
Smith outside. Shot clock at 5. Pass to Carrington. Launches a 3. For the basket. It's number 6 for her this game. 6 for 9, and that's 67% shooting. Here's Mengiadu. Outside Cunningham. To the inside. Here's Mengiadu. Defended by Ball Queen. Clock at 4. And looks like an illegal pick was set. That'll get the ref's attention.
You have to make sure your feet are set. When you set those screens, or they'll get you for it.
I thought maybe she was set. Now, I know that's a difficult call to make, but I think maybe they got that one wrong.
Now here's Smith. Pass to Carrington. Fires for 3. And it's Cunningham with the rebound.
They had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
And when she's open like that, you don't see her miss that sort of look very often.
A superb pass to allow them to get behind the defenders and to the hoop all alone.
Here's Harris. Pass to Carrington. Slides right through for her 7th basket in 11 tries.
It's just terrific to see Carrington taking charge on the offensive end. And you know the bench loves to see it as well.
Now Kone. It's tipped. They get it back. And there's the shot clock violation. Couldn't get it off in time. They're enjoying a commanding lead.
And you know the best part? It gives them an opportunity to give their starters a rest.
Yeah, they might not have to come back in. Up top, Harris. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. They won this game going away. They were better basketball team by far.
You got to commend this sort of dominance here at home and feeling great, playing well nearly the whole game. And I could feel it. This building was pumped, guys.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone. Welcome to WNBA basketball on 2K Sports. Our game tonight featuring the Indiana Fever as they go up against the Chicago Sky. In the booth with Tim Swartz and Brian Benefitemi, I'm Blake Suniga, and we're glad to have you along for the ride.
And known as the Windy City and for their raucous crowds, the visiting teams hate coming to Chicago.
Well, the bottom line is these teams love to go at each other, the fans. Also, super hyped up. It is a matchup that gets everyone going.
And for the Fever, they've currently got the lead in the season series against Chicago. And tonight, we have a pair of teams that highlight the value of strong teamwork. You've got to love it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah, they're two of the best passing teams in the league. The chemistry on both sides is pretty obvious.
And they're also two of the smartest teams. We're not going to see a lot of wasted possessions or careless turnovers here tonight.
Now here's Young. Pass to Reese. Jacks up a three. Ball Queen with the rebound. And it's the Fever ball. Now Copper. One up, one down. She makes her first shot in this game.
Unlike most wing guard types, Copper is really an inside-out type of player.
And about 1 minute gone in the first quarter. Ogwumike, that's good.
I mean, that shot just becomes effortless for her when the defense is so relaxed like that.
One of the most exciting players in the WNBA, Angel Reese.
Chicago very happy to have her finish runner-up in Rookie of the Year voting. Reese brings some serious attitude to the organization. The Sky led the W in rebounding last year, largely because of course, Angel Reese.
Now here's Young. Here's Cardoso. Good. First shot, first basket.
And this is Cardoso firmly in the zone, attacking right in the painted area.
Pass to Ball Queen. Back to Clark. Puts it up from 12. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron.
Well, what a great idea from Clark. The D, they don't want her to drive or hit threes, so the mid-range, it should normally be open for Caitlin.
Right side, Young. Pass to Ogwumike. And the rebound goes to the Fever. If you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Here's Copper. And again, it's Indiana converting. Chicago trailing here. Outside, Young.
Kicks it out to Reese.
Young.
Picked by Reese. Pass to Cardoso.
3 on the clock. No good from the wing. Here's the Fever with the ball. On the wing, Kayla McBride. Guarded by Young. Clark outside. That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
Never a bad idea to set up Caitlin Clark. I mean, she's seemingly always ready to fire.
Screen by Cardoso.
First quarter of play and just over 3.5 minutes in. Reese covered by Smith. Here's Young. Here's Cardoso. And a good offensive board, and she gets the bucket.
And credit the hustle Cardoso showed right there. Excellent job getting in great positioning for the offensive rebound.
Now here's Copper.
Pass to McBride. And here's Ball Queen.
Covered by Cardoso.
Here's Ball Queen. Count that bucket.
She's so good at recognizing where the openings are and getting that ball to the rim.
Ogwumike outside. To the inside.
Cardoso inside.
Defended by Ball Queen. Can't hit it from 12 feet. The Fever with the lead. Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Copper. Screen by Smith. And that one's good. Copper.
Using her height and her agility, Copper finds the finish inside.
Right side, Young. Got it. Good job in the low post. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Fever ahead, up by 4. After this break, we'll be back with the start of the second quarter on 2K Sports. All right, the second quarter beginning in just a moment. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
It's been a solid first half for them offensively, really in tune with each other.
Yeah, good ball movement, and it's paid off on the scoreboard for sure.
Baylor, she's guarded by Billings.
Pass to Ball Queen. And here's Nelson Adota. Carrington outside. Here's Ball Queen. Off the mark there with the three. And it's the Sky Ball. A 4-point game.
And the main role of Monique Billings on this team is to rebound.
When you look at the advanced numbers for basketball nerds like me, rebounding percentage specifically, Monique Billings is one of the best in league history.
Now here's Gray. D right on her. Courtney Williams for three. Her first shot is a miss. 0 for 1 to start the contest.
Baylor, she's guarded by Billings.
Out to the right wing. Got a piece of it. And it's out of bounds to the Fever as Indiana retains possession. Both teams will make substitutions. Second quarter of action, about a minute and a half played. Clock at 4. From deep.
A rebound by Camila Cardoso.
You know, sometimes just because you can make it from way out there, it doesn't mean you should try.
Kind of hypocritical coming from you, Tim. I mean, it wasn't that far out. Anyways, she can work for a better shot than that. Nice pass. She got that ball right into her teammate's shooting pocket, and it yielded great results.
Quarter 2, and we're about 2 minutes in. Gray outside. Shot from the wing, and that's off the glass and in.
Perfect screen there. Set her up with a terrific look.
Yeah, but that's a bad job by the defender to not fight through that screen to contest.
You want to see more effort there.
Here's Harris.
They grab their own miss.
Yep, that one goes.
Coach has always told me that if you battle for offensive rebounds, you're guaranteed a high-quality shot on the follow, just like she got there.
Time called here. The Sky decide to talk it over. And we're now a little over 2.5 minutes into this second quarter.
Jackie Young on the wing.
Pass to Cardoso. Back to Young.
Hate to say it, but the reality is that we're in the home stretch of the WNBA season. Man, what a year it's been.
Agreed. I wish we had more games, but it's not over just yet. The season is winding down, but the intensity is ramping up.
Absolutely elite teams focused on the playoffs right now. Well, those outside the postseason picture just trying to end the year strong.
Now here's Ball Queen. And that one drops.
Pretty much all of their buckets coming from inside the paint now. I mean, there's more holes in their defense than in a block of Swiss cheese.
Man, you just made me hungry, but that's right. 5 of their last 6 makes were in tight. They've established themselves inside. Where's the cheese?
Carrington with the ball. Gray defending.
Back to Carrington.
Up top, Clark. Down low. Here's Ball Queen. And another basket for Indiana. The Sky trail. Outside Young. For 3.
It's hauled in by Smith.
Personally, I am shocked that didn't turn into 3 points. She makes you pay on those nearly every time.
Here's Carrington. The three-pointer is on target.
They're leaning on the three-pointer in the second quarter.
And it's letting them down as they've mostly been off target.
There's a screen by Billings.
Three-pointer, Jackie Young. It's good. It's her second basket. She's shooting 2 for 4.
Oh, Jackie Young, an emphatic response.
Smith outside. Pass to Ball Queen. Carrington. Now here's McBride. Smith outside. Clark. And she drops in the layup off glass.
You know, you look at the stats, the assist totals, they just jump out at you. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been key.
It's just a different mindset these teams have had.
Jackie Young from outside. And again, it's Chicago with a 3. So we conclude the first half. Fever ahead, up 7. And we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out there for the start of the third quarter after the break. And the third quarter about to get underway here. Young with a strong contribution so far in this one.
Her play in the first half was very disciplined, very efficient. Her shot selection was consistently excellent.
That's right. And whether it's been from mid-range or in tight, she's taking only what the defense is giving her and not trying to do too much.
Pass to Ogumake. Back to Young.
Take by Reese.
Inside. And she was camped there in the lane, and she gets the 3-second call. And here's what the Chicago Sky schedule looks like.
On Tuesday, they're going to try and defend home court against the Los Angeles Sparks. And then on Friday, and they're going to start a road trip in the Bay Area, taking on the Valkyries.
And looking at the Fever matchup, this is what the fans have been waiting to see. I mean, it's two of the best teams in the league duking it out, and you know whoever gets the win is going to be viewed as maybe the team to beat in the league.
Yeah, as a player, these are the games you never have trouble getting up for.
Outside Young. Six to shoot.
Kicks it out to Reese.
Offline with the 3. The Fever leading. And the foul called on Camila Cardoso. That is her first foul of the game. Second half of basketball, just over a minute played so far. Smith, no good. And it's the Sky ball. They haven't given up any points here in the second half. Pass to Reese. Over Smith. Rebounded by the Fever. They've led by as many as 11 points. Just a little over 90 seconds gone in the third quarter. Shot clock at 5. Leah Copper from outside. Cans it from downtown.
One thing about Copper, she is always ready to shoot, so she's a great option to pass it to.
And they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off. They got to score.
Left side, Young. Shoots the 3. She can't get that one.
3 straight misses here to start the second half. Is that good?
Here's Ball Queen. Neko Ogumake with the rebound.
Man, and they're 1 for 4 to start the second half.
Now a timeout called by Chicago. Just under 2.5 minutes into this third quarter now. Gray outside. The three sinks the three-pointer.
Supremely confident in her scoring abilities. Gray, she'll make you pay.
On the wing, Alana Smith.
Caitlin Clark outside. And the Fever hit again from deep.
They're in great position thanks to their accurate three-point shooting.
You got that right, Tim, and you don't usually get too many of those things right. But look, they're just lighting it up from beyond the arc this half.
Come on, man.
Now here's Young. She's got 8. Pass to Ogumake. It's hauled in by Smith.
You see defenders afraid to get in her way a lot of times when she's on her way to the bucket, but not that time.
Now here's Ball Queen. She's covered by Ogumake. Clark outside. Fires for 3. And here's Kayla McBride from the arc. Hits it from three-point range.
Well, over the course of her career, McBride has been so consistent from downtown.
Outside Young. There's the 3. They get it again. From deep, Alicia Gray. No good on that shot. And it's the Fever ball. This is the most they've led by, 13 points. For 3, Kayla McBride. The shot is good on the assist from Caitlin Clark.
Great outside shooting is really fueling this run.
And the D's just getting bombarded. They haven't been able to slow them down.
Outside Young. Over McBride. And once again off the mark by Chicago. To the middle. Clark. Good for the 5th time in 5 shots. She remains perfect.
And as they continue to dominate, you wonder just how much higher this lead might get.
And it really could get out of hand because their defense has been just as excellent as their offense.
Great overall game.
And once again off the mark by Chicago. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Fever ahead. They lead by 18. And when we return, we'll get the fourth quarter rolling here on 2K Sports. And thanks again for joining us. We'll see what happens in the fourth. Now Ball Queen. And here's Harris. Carrington outside. Pass to Ball Queen. Lays it up and banks it in.
And that bucket adds to what's been a big differential in points in the paint between these two squads.
Yeah, they're really attacking the middle offensively. It's been quite the contrast.
McGee, covered by Harris. From deep, Alicia Gray. Nelson Adota with the rebound.
You got to give them credit for the job they've done on the boards.
Well, guys, they've done a lot of things well, but their rebounding is right at the top of the list.
And the basket by Carrington.
They just continue to splash those threes. Eliminating the deep shot has to become priority number 1 for this defense.
Yeah, absolutely, Brian. You can't keep giving up that many points behind the arc.
McGee tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Pass to Harris. Carrington outside. Off target with the 3. And it's the Sky ball. To the paint. And so she draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2. And the first one drops. Both shots good from the stripe. And we've made our way through just over a minute and a half of this fourth quarter. Back to Clark. The three ball. 6 for 6. She's yet to miss from the field.
They're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results.
You're right. 3 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Outside Young. Falls back and drains the fadeaway J.
Perfect approach for what the D was giving them.
Smith outside. Pass to McBride. Clark outside. Back to McBride. Three-pointer. Yes, what an assist from Caitlin Clark.
And add another three-pointer to their second half total.
They came out of the break dropping bombs and are just not letting up.
You'll love to see that.
Now here's Young. And there's the foul. It'll go on Clark. That's her first foul. McGee, covered by Harris. No problems knocking that one down.
You have to respect the outside game from Agumake. She's not just a post player.
Carrington outside. Pass to Nelson Adota. Out to the left wing. 6 on the shot clock. Here's Harris. And there the Fever with another bucket.
Well, she shot the ball well, but she hasn't shot it enough. The more shots she gets from here on out, the more they'll stretch out this lead.
Now here's Young. To the middle. Here's Ogumake. Fagbenle with the rebound. And here's Indiana. So far in the fourth quarter, they've allowed just 6 points. Pass to Ball Queen. Carrington outside. Here's Ball Queen. Covered by Cardoso. And the basket by Ball Queen.
This is a serious game-clinching run they're on.
They are just not backing off, and they're going to close this one out in style. What a surge.
Give them credit. It's just to finish this one off.
Now here's Young. Tries it from the top of the key, and she drops that one in.
You know, she's done a ton to help this team, but if they're going to come back, she needs to do even more.
On the wing, Fagbenle. Ball Queen. Great assist that time from Fagbenle.
And their shooting percentage continues to climb in the second half.
Well, as a group, they've been in total sync since the break. Good team basketball, and it's resulted in high-quality shots.
Very good adjustments at the half.
Now here's Young. Screened by Cardoso. 2-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And a foul on the shot. She'll go to the stripe for 2. And it'll be on Ball Queen.
Well, Young runs into some overly aggressive defense. Stays focused and gets the shot off.
And good on both. Here's Harris. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. A resounding victory for them and an enemy territory, no less.
It was enemy territory, but with the way that they controlled the game, they took the crowd completely out of it. That's how to get it done on the road.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone. Hello and welcome to this 2K Sports presentation of the WNBA. Our game tonight featuring the Indiana Fever as they go up against the Connecticut Sun. Here with Tim Swartz and Brian Banafitemi, I'm Blake Suniga, and it's good to have you with us.
Well, tonight you need to make the most of your chances. Both of these teams are terrific on the glass.
Yeah, I'm curious if either side can get the edge in that department. They both have been so consistent when it comes to rebounding.
And that's going to be an interesting line to follow tonight, guys. You have to think that whoever gets the edge on the boards is going to be in control of the game.
And now a look at the upcoming schedule for the Connecticut Sun. On Friday, and the New York Liberty will be paying them a little visit. Then on Sunday, and they're going to start a road trip in the Bay Area, taking on the Valkyries.
And looking at the Lynx matchup, there aren't many other meetings that are as evenly matched as this one. Both teams can give and take punches, and it should come down to the wire.
Two teams that want to win, matching up well. This will be a great one.
Here we go.
So the Fever win the tip.
On the wing, Alana Smith.
Clark. Shot clock at 5. Inside. And the basket by Ball Queen.
Nice make for her as they get the scoring started.
Yeah, she gets it going, and hey, who knows? Maybe a big night is in store for her.
Pass to Edwards. To the paint. Ingram. That's tipped. McBride outside. Now here's Clark. Back to McBride. The three-pointer off the mark. Rivers. It's Burton.
Now Morrow.
Rivers. Off target from outside. Here's McBride. Good. Coming off the assist by Kalia Copper.
Whenever Copper can get an assist, that's a great sign for this offense.
First quarter play with about a minute and a half gone by. Rivers knocks down the three ball.
That type of D, it's just not going to cut it. They got to get a hand in her face. Too good of a shooter.
Pass to Ball Queen. For the basket. Her second of 2 attempts.
With strong court vision and awareness, McBride is able to read defenses and find the open teammate.
It's Burton. Edwards with the screen. And the Sun hit again from deep.
Defense was pretty much non-existent there. Can't leave such a good shooter open like that. Come on.
McBride outside. They waste no time getting those 3 points back.
Wow, McBride hitting the answer and making it look effortless. So confident from range.
Out to the right wing. And there's the foul. It'll go on Clark. That's her first foul. And here in the first, about 3 minutes in. It's Burton. Just 5 to shoot.
Right side Edwards. Alana Smith with the defensive effort.
The Fever leading. Pass to Harris. Ball Queen. Not this time. Her first miss in 3 attempts from the field. Amby outside. Outside Edwards. To the inside. Burton can't hit. Now here's Clark. Defense right on her. Down low. Ball queen. It drops for her third basket. She's only missed one shot.
But with her having a swivel, Clark always looking for her teammates, trying to make the right play.
And here's Burton. She hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Rivers, covered by Harris. And the outside. And again, Connecticut no good.
It can be so deflating to miss a wide open look like that.
Pass to Carrington. To the middle.
It's stolen by Edwards.
Trying to get back on track. Her second miss, now 2 of 4 on the game. Caitlin Clark with the three. Connects from three-point range.
She's got so many tricks in her bag. She will find a way to hurt you.
And that concludes the first quarter of play. Fever ahead, leading by 8. And the second quarter about to get started. We'll be back in a moment. And now, the second quarter just getting set to begin. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
This team's on the same page. They're right where they need to be on offense.
Yeah, they're on the same page, the same chapter, you know, whatever you want to call it. And they're hitting their scorers right when they need to, making scoring just easy for them.
Down low. And Hamby over to help. And the basket by Ball Queen.
And it's pretty hard not to notice the difference in the passing of these two teams today.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the stats monitor, there's a stark discrepancy. When you look at the assist column, and you see that difference as far as fluidity in their respective offenses, too. It seems like every year, Dearica Hamby just gets better. And that's a testament to her drive and work ethic.
The first free throw is good.
You can trust Dearica Hamby to deliver all-out effort on the floor. She really puts in the work to make the most of her minutes, and she can be a difference maker for this team.
So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. And it's the Fever ball.
Left side, Carrington.
Up top, Harris.
Back to Carrington.
To the paint. Here's Ball Queen. The shot from the low post is good.
She's been one of their more reliable options today, and it's her shooting that has given them this lead.
Rivers, covered by Carrington. Pass to Hamby. Inside. Marshall with the bucket.
Effective moving the ball from the front court. Hamby's a willing passer.
We're closing in on 2 minutes played here in the second quarter. Over to the left wing.
Carrington outside.
Over to the wing. Baylor buries it from three-point range.
She was one step ahead of the D in making that pass. Nice assist.
The 2024 most improved player was none other than San Diego native Dejanay Carrington.
She's always been an excellent defender. Offensively, though, Carrington took a major step forward, scoring about 13 points per game.
Well, I'm going to say the defense got pretty lucky right there because she's going to make a lot more of those than she misses when she gets that much room.
Now here's Ball Queen. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 9. Now Harris. She hasn't scored yet. That, I'm sure will change. For those joining us, we're in the second quarter with just about 3 minutes gone by. Hamby for 3. Ball Queen with the rebound. to the inside. Nelson Adota lays it up and banks it in.
You can always depend on her to put that lead pass right on the money.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, it's been a long time without a bucket. Focus.
Hamby outside. Again, it's Hamby missing.
She has slipped into a real funk here.
Definitely. The basket is not looking very big to her at this point.
Now here's Ball Queen. She's got 10. Pass to Carrington. Let's go with a three. And the rebound goes to the Sun. Covered by Harris. Right wing. Shot to stop the drought. Ball Queen with the rebound.
Didn't see that miss coming. She's usually so good from that range.
To the middle. The layup off target. Here's Lee, covered by Carrington. Off with the layup.
Yeah, remember that. And that's not an opportunity she fails to convert very often.
We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. From downtown, a rebound by Lee. And the Sun pushing it up now. Erica Hamby, a good look. And again, no good by Connecticut. So we conclude the first half. The Fever on top. They lead by 11. And we'll see you right after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter. And as we begin the second half, first half wasn't even close. And we'll see if there is a comeback on our hands or more of the same as we get the third started. We're seeing a great performance by Ball Queen.
Her decision-making simply flawless today. Nothing but quality shots from her in the first half. She wasn't forcing anything.
Yeah, but I think here in the second half, they may want her to be a little more assertive and start taking more shots, even the tough ones.
Well, it's been a one-sided affair through the first two quarters, but there is plenty of time to mount a comeback. It's Burton. Still getting warmed up offensively. No buckets yet in the game for her. Ingram. Here's Edwards. Ingram. Goes up again. And Edwards lays it in.
Yeah, you know, defensively, you have to box out Edwards. She is so good on those O-boards.
The Fever with the lead. Smith outside. Copper. Lets the three fly. Doesn't go for her. And here's Connecticut. Out to the wing. Pass to Edwards. And there's the 3-second violation.
Big blunder there. That could cost them.
And a terrible time for it to happen when they're trying to cut down this lead.
Awful.
Now a timeout called by Indiana. And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. McBride outside. Ball Queen. Pass to Smith. And here's McBride. Ball Queen up top. Shot clock at 6. Clark outside. For 3. And the 3 ball is good.
That's a short 3 from Caitlin Clark if you consider where she's usually making them from.
Some tough offensive sets, and they really want to turn it around.
They got to lock in and need a basket just to regain some momentum.
It's Burton. Quiet so far offensively, searching for first points of the game. Tried to come right back with the three of her own, but it's no good.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that one.
Very steady work they've been doing on the interior. Really a well-rounded effort overall.
They're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results.
You're right. 3 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Pass to Edwards. It's Burton. Ingram, defended by Ball Queen. Rivers. From outside, off the mark. Indiana with the ball. They've only allowed 2 points so far in the second half. Ball Queen with the ball. 10 points for her. Yes, what an assist from Caitlin Clark.
And their shooting percentage continues to climb in the second half.
Well, as a group, they've been in total sync since the break. Good team basketball, and it's resulted in high-quality shots.
Very good adjustments at the half.
It's Burton. She's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. Edwards with the bucket.
It wasn't bad defense at all, but Edwards is so good, able to beat him.
Now here's Clark, and here's Kayla McBride from the arc.
Edwards grabs the miss.
It's Burton. She's covered by Clark.
Here's Morrow. Alana Smith with the defensive effort.
And it's the Fever ball. Pass to Ball Queen. On the wing, Kalia Copper. Now here's Clark. Launches it. Gets it to go from downtown.
And they are just killing them with the three-point shot here in the second half.
Yeah, and the defense knows it. They are fully stretched out there trying to stop the three and still haven't been able to do it.
I don't know defensively what they can do different at this point.
Now here's Edwards. Over Smith. Can't hit it from 12 feet.
And that'll increase their rebound advantage. They've definitely been winning that battle today.
And control the boards has given them control of this game.
Shot is good by Copper.
All these threes they're giving up have really been the driving force of this run.
And the points, they add up in a hurry when you give them looks from deep.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Here's Edwards. The Fever pull it in.
Pass to Morrow.
It's Burton. Down low. Ingram. Foul called that time on the way up, and that'll give her 2 chances at the free throw line. And it'll be on Ball Queen. She misses the free throw. So here's Connecticut. Five on the clock. Good on the three-point shot.
I tell you, she loves getting looks like that from three-point range. Just nobody near her.
Carrington outside.
Fires the three. She can't get it to go.
She's covered by Fagbenle.
And she converts the layup.
Really aggressive play, taking it to the rack against the taller defender.
Well, when you're on the wrong end of the size matchup like she was, aggressive play is the only way to get it going.
Here's Nelson Adota. Pass to Harris. Pulls it. Gets to the corner and hits it.
Well, she shot the ball well, but she hasn't shot it enough. The more shots she gets from here on out, the more they'll stretch out this lead.
Now Lee. The three is up. Ball Queen with the rebound. Now here's Harris. She's guarded closely.
Come on, let's cut her.
And here's Fagbenle. Now Harris. To the paint. Here's Ball Queen. And again, it's Indiana converting.
Well, she shot the ball extremely well, as you'd expect. You know, like we say, she's been making music all day long.
And the Sun call time here.
A big group substitution here for Indiana. It's Burton. Pass to Edwards. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Rivers. They get the rebound. For those joining us, fourth quarter here, and we're just over 2.5 minutes into it. And here's Copper. Clark outside. And here's Kayla McBride from the arc. Nailed from three-point land.
A shooter who doesn't really need much space to be effective, McBride has a quick and accurate release.
Pass to Edwards. And a foul on the shot. She'll go to the stripe for 2. And it's going to go on Alana Smith. And she makes the first.
Well, talking about the Canadian, Aaliyah Edwards, a throwback forward, isn't trying to stretch the floor, likes operating inside.
Stay here.
Harris with it. Pass to Ball Queen. On the wing, Fagbenle.
Switch back with me. Switch back with me.
Here's Harris. And it's out of bounds to the Fever as Indiana retains possession. A look at the clock, a little under 3.5 minutes gone in the fourth. Pass to Nelson Adota. Ball Queen. 6 on the shot clock. Inside. Good work there as it goes.
She is setting this place on fire. Her shooting has been off the charts.
The three. And again, no good by Connecticut. And here's Indiana. Pass to Harris. And here's Nelson Adota. Now here's Harris.
On the paint. Eyes on the paint.
Carrington. Shoots. Marshall grabs the board.
She had all the space she needed, but just could not find the bottom of the bucket.
And a foul called on the shot. Got her on the way up that time, so she'll shoot 2.
When the 6'3" Hamby gets going off the bounce, watch out. She can be hard to trap.
No good on the free throw. And she can't hit the second. She gets that one. Indiana with the ball. Pass to Ball Queen. Here's Fagbenle. Carrington up top. And here's Harris. To the paint. Here's Ball Queen. Oop, there's the 24-second violation, so they'll turn it over. And here's Lee. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. A resounding victory for them and an enemy territory, no less.
It was enemy territory, but with the way that they controlled the game, they took the crowd completely out of it. That's how to get it done on the road.
So that's going to do it for this one, folks. Hello and welcome to this 2K Sports presentation of the WNBA. And on tap tonight, it's the Indiana Fever going up against the Phoenix Mercury. With Brian Banafitemi and Tim Swartz, I'm Blake Suniga, and we're thrilled to have you with us.
And fellas, we should have a great matchup on the low block tonight.
Yeah, we got a meeting of two of the elite centers in the WNBA. I expect the outcome to hinge on who wins this matchup down low.
Well, one way or the other, I know it's going to be fun to watch. We're going to see some tremendous post play here.
Here we go.
And so off the tip, it's Phoenix. Outside, Sabali. To the wing, right side. Thomas. She's covered by Copper. 6 on the shot clock. Right block shot. Kicks it out to Sabali. Offline with the 3. Now McBride. Copper outside. Gets it to go from downtown.
If you let Copper get comfy, get time, and get set, she'll just continue to bury these shots.
For the Mercury, a 2025 trade brought in all-star Satou Sabally.
A first-team All-WNBA selection in 2023, Sabally is a high-level scorer and has great size at 6'4". I think Phoenix is going to be building around her going forward.
Now here is McBride. Beyond the arc. And Jones pulls it down. Pass to Sabali. Down low. And Jones gets it to go.
Took them a while to get going. They finally connect on their 4th shot of the game.
Copper outside. Back to Clark. Pass to Smith. And here's Clark. To the inside. Here's Ball Queen. The shot is good on the assist from Caitlin Clark.
Fantastic pass. She made that a very easy bucket with the setup.
Pass to Jones. If you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Back to Thomas. Ball Queen with the rebound.
A shaky first few minutes, 5 attempts with only 1 make.
Copper outside. Clark. Now here's Ball Queen. On the wing, Kayla McBride. No good on the triple. Now about 3 minutes gone in the first quarter. To the paint. Off to a good start as she hits her first shot attempt.
She always knows where her teammates are going to be, and she'll have that ball there waiting for them.
And for Satou Sabally, 2023 was a breakout season. She was named Most Improved Player.
Yeah, it was also a first-team All-WNBA selection. That's going to put you in elite company. In her 4th season, things started to click for Sabally. Now, she's a bona fide star.
Inside. Thank kicked in off the glass.
Few forwards in the history of this game have a better feel than Thomas. Just an incredible passer.
The Fever trailing. Right outside. Again, a miss by the Fever. Sabally. Smith. There's the three. The putback. Controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
Well, scoops up the board. Jones knows exactly what to do. Put it back in.
They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, it's been a long time without a bucket. Focus.
Pass to Clark. Jacks up a three. The shot's good. Kayla McBride making the play.
What are they thinking, leaving her with all that space out there? Don't they know that that's pretty much a layup for her?
Outside, Sabally. Clock at 6. Back to Thomas. For Copper. Ball Queen with the rebound. The drive by Kayla McBride. The three-pointer, no good.
Yeah, her touch has deserted her this quarter. Nowhere to be found.
Here's Thomas. And foul called as she misses. And she's going to shoot 2 free throws. And it'll be on Ball Queen. And the first one at the line is good. A big group substitution here for Indiana. And that's good as she hits both shots. A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. It's the Mercury up by 2. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break. And the second quarter getting underway. No team gaining an edge so far. And what do you guys think about the Mercury here in this one?
A lot of shots in close from them early. Good sign.
It's a lot easier to get buckets inside, and they've done that through one. That is some dime dropping. Exquisite assist.
Hey, yo, right here.
6 to shoot. Washington. And the rebound goes to the Fever.
The defense can't make a habit of giving her that shot. She just doesn't miss many of them.
They've really turned it around here in the second quarter after shooting less than 40% from the field in the first.
Here's Richards. Pass to Sabally. Now Laxa. Washington drops in the tray.
Yeah, you might not think of her as a true ace from three-point range, but the shot was there for her.
Indiana with the ball. Carrington outside. Pass to Harris. From outside the arc. And the Fever hit again from deep.
They're relying on their three-point shooting and getting pretty good results.
You're right. 3 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Sabally, defended by Ball Queen. Sabally, and she drops in the layup off glass.
Well, look, Sabally is no stranger to tough finishes, guys. She's as confident as they come down low.
Yo, 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 watch this, watch this.
Pass to Nelson Adota. Her shot is good, making her a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
They're starting to warm up from the field this quarter.
Adding to their lead, and you see that field goal percentage for the game steadily climbing.
Yeah, we're not math guys, but you want it to increase as the game gets longer.
Absolutely.
Here's Laxa. She hasn't scored yet. That, I'm sure, will change. 4 on the clock. Washington. Off target from outside. The Fever leading. Baylor. And she banks in the layup.
Great communication between teammates there.
And here the Mercury. Pass to Laxa. Sabali. A shot, no good. For those joining us, we're in the second quarter with just about 3 minutes gone by. Carrington outside. Off target from three-point range. And they're looking for some kind of spark here.
Yeah, cold stretch offensively. They need a bucket.
Washington. The Mercury with another miss. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. The offensive rebound. She gets that one.
That's a great play on the glass, and for her, it's what really we expect from her. All her second chance points do not come by accident.
And the Mercury call time here. So it's both teams making substitutions here. And so that's the end of the first half. The Fever on top, leading by 7. We'll take a quick break and then get back to the action. The second half just about to get going here. Indiana with the ball. McBride outside. Back to Clark. On the wing, Kalia Copper. To the middle. And the basket by Ball Queen.
Of their last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is smash-mouth basketball, guys.
Yeah, they're really imposing their will offensively and getting exactly the kind of looks they want.
Lots of All-Stars changed teams in the summer of 2024, including Alyssa Thomas.
Yeah, spending her first 11 years with the Connecticut Sun, finishing top 5 in MVP voting in each of her last 3 years. Thomas was so close to getting the Sun their first WNBA title, losing twice in the finals. An incredible run in Connecticut.
Shot clock at 6. Pulls up. And the rebound goes to the Fever.
A slight rebound advantage for them. One more column in their favor. It's all adding up.
Well, you look across the team stats, it's one of many areas they're winning, and they've secured a big lead.
They've looked very sharp tonight.
I'm loving it.
Now here's Sabali. Here's the 3. Ball Queen with the rebound.
Boy, the complexion of this game would be a whole lot different if she had shot the ball anything like she's capable of. It's just been a great start for this offense here in the second half. They're 4 for 4 right now.
And we're just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Thomas outside. Can't get it to go.
Still cold from the field at the start of this third quarter. 1 of 4 so far.
Now here's Ball Queen. Guarded by Jones. Clark outside. From past the arc. And the Fever hit again from deep.
Great outside shooting is really fueling this run.
And the D's just getting bombarded. They haven't been able to slow them down.
Timeout.
And they've been struggling here offensively.
Bit of a dry spell for sure.
Now a timeout called by Phoenix.
Three minutes gone now in the third quarter. Thomas outside. 6 on the shot clock. There's the triple. Ball Queen with the rebound.
They've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but in the rebounding numbers, too.
Yeah, it's been a gritty performance and a physical brand of basketball, but hey, that's how you win.
Bring your lunch pail. A big lead becomes bigger. They are playing with purpose, guys.
And that goes for both ends of the floor. They've been controlling the action everywhere.
Just dominant.
And it's out of bounds to the Mercury as Phoenix retains possession. Harris with it. Left side, Carrington. Pass to Fagbenle. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Launches it. And it's Carrington missing.
One made 3 for her in this game. Does she focus closer in? We'll see.
Washington, covered by Harris. And there's the rejection! And it's out of bounds to the Mercury as Phoenix retains possession. And that shot was going nowhere thanks to the aggressive swat.
And they're determined to add to the lead, not just with more offense, but also with some big-time D.
Washington. Here's Harrington. Harris. Pass to Fagbenle. Here's Harrington. Fires from deep. Buries the long-range jumper.
They come out of halftime smoking hot from beyond the arc.
Yeah, and as hot as they are from out there, there's absolutely no reason not to just keep letting them fly.
I agree, Brian. We should all have the green light.
Here's Richards. Lets the floater go. 6 to shoot. Pass to Laxa. The 3. Rebounded by the Fever. And here's Fagbenle. Carrington outside. Misses the 3.
Her shot has been off today. With her team leading, perhaps she should maybe focus more on her floor game.
Washington. And again, Phoenix no good.
Oh, man. That's one she'd like to have over.
Pass to Nelson Adota. Sinks that one from the post.
Sharp pass by Fagbenle. An assist for the big.
A touch under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the 4th. Now here's Sabali. Shoots the 3. Can't hit that one.
You know, you watch her and you see her mechanics are totally out of whack right now. She's lost all feel for her shot.
Yeah, and it's not hard to tell. You know, just look at her numbers right now. Nothing is going down for her.
2 open that time, made it look easy.
Working off the ball. Harris sticking that jumper.
They're really on back foot at this point.
Yeah, at both ends of the floor. Things are just not going their way.
Here's Richards. And right away, they match it with a 3-pointer of their own.
How about that for a response?
We'll give you a 3, and then we'll take it right back.
It's turning into a 3-point contest.
Carrington outside. Harris.
Come on, watch the cutter! Help me out!
Pass to Fagbenle. Clock at 6. Here's Harrington. Takes the 3. It's rebounded by Sabali.
Well, she's definitely a threat from deep, but it just hasn't been going for her tonight. She might want to avoid that shot for a while. And
here's Richards. Laxa. Gets another look, and she takes it up and lays it in.
And her hard work on the boards gave them another crack at the points there.
On the wing, Dejanay Carrington. Pass to Harris. The three is up. Bangs home the trifecta.
But when you look at Harris's career numbers, consistently accurate from deep.
Now Laxa. Richards, covered by Carrington. They set the screen. And she can't answer back. The three-pointer offline.
Stay here. Switch back with me.
Pass to Harris. The three ball. And the Fever hit again from deep.
I don't want to say that they're trying to run up the score, but they do keep adding up to that lead.
Well, if you won't say it, partner, I will. They're trying to run up the score here.
Thanks for saying that, Brian.
Washington, covered by Harris. Now Laxa. Washington connects from three-point range.
Textbook. Nice pass, nice catch, nice shot.
And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says an awful lot about this team.
Yeah, Blake, I guess they don't need home cooking, like, you're cooking from your mom, to feel at home. Just a masterful performance all around for them.
And that'll wrap it up. It's the WNBA on 2K Sports. Welcome in, everybody. Tonight, we'll see the Dallas Wings as they play against the Indiana Fever. I'm Blake Suniga, and with me at the broadcast table are Tim Swartz and Brian Banafitemi.
And pretty deep rosters for both of these teams. So what are some of the advantages with a roster like that?
Well, today's game is so predicated on movement, getting up and down the floor, so you need those fresh legs.
Yeah, depth also can add some versatility to your roster, enabling you to shift your lineups depending on matchups, maybe even foul trouble.
Here we go.
And it's going to be the Wings off the tip. Stolen by Clark. They're moving it up. Pass to Carrington for three. Offensive board. The kick out to McBride. Now here's Clark. Off target from outside.
And here's Beckers.
Sinks the three-pointer.
They can't afford to give her that kind of look.
Well, it came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you have to fight over the top of it.
And you need some help as well.
Now here's McBride. Pass to Carrington. Clark outside. They waste no time getting those 3 points back.
That's what she does, folks. You have to expect Clark will clap back.
Covered by Carrington.
Here's Beckers.
Back to Brown.
Pass to Segrist.
Clock at 6.
Beckers outside.
Tried to come right back with the three of her own, but it's no good. Here's Carrington. And it's off from three-point range.
They're 1 for 4, looking to get it going here.
the long-range jumper.
That's just run-of-the-mill for her. She's one of the more skilled offensive players out there.
Right outside. And first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. Back to Clark. Beyond the arc. Brown grabs the board. Here's the Wings with the ball.
Oh, this franchise is absolutely thrilled to have Paige Beckers. But talk about what makes her such a great young player.
Well, Paige is a bucket, right? Highly skilled, and you expect that she'll run the offense and be the focal point. Plus, she's got sneaky length at 6 feet.
Using her lengthy wingspan to her advantage, Brown is able to dominate down low.
Here's Ball Queen.
The shot is good on the assist from Caitlin Clark.
Well, you're not going to pass up that type of look.
Dallas in the lead.
Beckers outside.
And we're about 3 minutes into this first quarter.
Pass to Carrington.
To the middle. Here's Ball Queen. And count it. 2 points with a chance for one more at the line.
And that kind of passing is what we're hoping Carrington can incorporate more of into her game. I think that's going to take her to the next level.
One shot.
So it's Dallas now.
Beckers outside.
And she's good on the 3-ball.
Already one of the best in the WNBA from that distance. Paige Beckers from downtown.
Right outside. Clark. And they come right back with their own 3-pointer.
How about that? Responding to the 3-pointer against them with a quick one of their own.
Yeah, terrific little back and forth right there,
It's
Tim.
been a lot of fun to watch.
Out to the right wing.
James.
McBride covering. Pulls up on the wing. The Fever pull it in. Here's Copper. Banked in off the glass.
Are you kidding me? Copper is shredding defenders with her handles.
The Wings trail.
Pass to Beckers.
And she converts the layup. So it's Indiana now. Smith outside. To the inside. Clark. The 3. Doesn't get it to drop for her.
Beckers with it.
From deep. No good. Good if it goes. And no good. We're at the end of one in a close game so far. And we'll be back in just a minute with the start of the second quarter. And off we go. A close game, now entering the second quarter. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
It's been a well-oiled machine on offense for them so far.
And they've kept the ball moving and their opponents chasing it. You know, it's kind of like a dog chasing their tail, just can't get enough. That's how they've piled up the points.
Now here is Sykes. Inside. Pass to James. Buries it from 3-point range.
Well, the D sagged off, and no hesitation on her part to rise up and bury the 3.
Now Copper. Here's Ball Queen. She's got 5. Not this time. Her first miss in 3 attempts from the field. Outside for Sykes. Zandalasini. Offline with the 3. Down low. And Harris gets it to go.
The one thing I like about Harris, her ability to finish down low, read angles.
Here's the Wings with the ball. We're now around a minute and a half into the second quarter. Here's James. Sinks the triple.
She's coming to life after a slow start in the first quarter.
Indiana trailing. To the right side. Out to the wing. Up top, Harris. Pass to Nelson Adota. Copper. Shoots. Zandalasini pulls it in. Now James. Lets the 3 fly. And again, it's the Wings from deep.
They're going back to the three-point shot over and over again.
They might have found the Achilles heel of this defense. That was their 9th straight point from beyond the arc.
Pass to Copper. Harris. She's guarded by Sykes. Now here's Ball Queen. 5 points in the game. Now James. She's got 9. Pass to Segrist. Let's go with a 3. Ball Queen with the rebound. And here's McBride. Looking for her first basket still in this one. Copper with the screen. Here's Carrington. Indiana again missing. Dallas in the lead. Here's James. And just under 3.5 minutes played here in the second quarter. And she can't extend the lead to double digits.
Well, after hitting those 2 3 balls in the first quarter, it looks like she's cooled down a bit here in the second. Of their last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is smash mouth basketball, guys.
Yeah, they're really imposing their will offensively and getting exactly the kind of looks they want.
6 on the shot clock. Pass to James. Shot from the wing. And another miss by Dallas. Here's McBride. And she drops it in from the low post.
Well, this is the confidence that McBride has in herself. She understands how to carve through defenses with her ball handling.
And here's Zandalasini. And out of bounds, the Fever will take it. We've got a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Pass to Smith. From outside the arc. It's good from long range. And this game is tied up now.
Just great conviction from Smith, believing in her shots.
Beckers with it.
Five to shoot. The 3 is up. The 3-pointer is on target.
3's going down quickly at both ends.
What an answer. You come at me with the 3, I'm coming right back.
Everybody gets a 3.
And a pretty tightly contested game here as we end the first half. Wings out in front, up 3. And we'll be back for the second half following the break. Keep it right here on 2K Sports. The start of the second half getting underway. Both teams battling hard through the first 2 quarters. Indiana with the ball. They trail by 3. Pass to Ball Queen. Now here's Smith. Clark outside. Shot clock at 6. Back to Smith. Fires from deep. Brown grabs the board. Here's Zondalasini. She hasn't scored yet. That, I'm sure, will change. To the paint. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass.
She always knows where her teammates are going to be, and she'll have that ball there waiting for them.
And you look at 6'7" Kalani Brown. She's one of the most efficient players in the W.
I mean, you look at offensive rating. She led the league in it in 2023. Brown is well over 50% for her career from the field. She uses her size and skill to dominate the paint.
Now here's Beckers.
She's got 6. Pass to Brown. And out of bounds, the Fever will take it. And we're just about a minute and a half into this third quarter of basketball. Here's Ball Queen. And here's McBride. And unable there to get the go-ahead bucket. Covered by Carrington. Pass to Zondalasini. Shot clock at 5. The Fever pull it in.
Not sure what the D was doing there. She's not the player to give open looks to, but they got away with it that time.
Clark,
Guarded by Beckers.
inside, and the ball out of play. The Wings will have it. And let's see what the Dallas Wings have coming up.
On Tuesday, they're kicking off a homestand starting with the Phoenix Mercury. Then on Friday, and that's going to start off a road trip in Los Angeles where they're taking on the Sparks.
And that game against the Storm, it's never going to be easy going up against the top team in the West. But if they're able to come away with a win, it would be a huge boost.
Oh, are you kidding me? It would lift up their whole team.
Well, if the defense isn't going to box out Brown, this is what happens. She's great at getting to the right spot on the offensive glass.
Indiana again missing.
Siegrist outside. And foul called on Siegrist.
That is her first foul of the game.
Great play to sacrifice her body, take the charge, giving up her body for the team.
And really a heads-up play as well. Reads the play nicely and gets in the perfect position.
The Fever trailing. Second half of play, and we're 3 minutes into the third here. Gets a three-pointer to fall.
With the smooth touch from outside, McBride's versatility leaves defenses pretty vulnerable.
Now here's Beckers.
She's got 6. Not going to go that time.
And she continues to search for her rhythm. It's eluded her so far.
McBride outside. Pass to Clark for the lead. Good. Coming off the assist by Kalia Copper.
That's a dozen straight points coming off of threes.
Yeah, they're having free reign from beyond the arc. The defense is, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it, non-existent.
Now here's Beckers.
McBride covering.
Pass to Beckers.
Stolen by Clark. And it's the Fever on the break.
Shot is good by Copper.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today? Such a pretty pass.
I don't have an exact number for you, but I can tell you we've seen it a lot. Okay, let's just say that. Strictly using assists as the measuring stick, they've been by far a better team.
And they can trade 2 for 1 here.
Would be the right move here.
Pass to Clark. Launches a 3. Zondalasini pulls it in.
It's rare to see her come up empty on such a wide open look.
Now here's Beckers.
The Wings with another miss.
There's no way around it. It's been a difficult game for her offensively, and it has cost her team. The ball movement on this run has been fantastic, and it's a big part of why they've been able to get good looks.
Absolutely, the defense unable to react quickly enough to deal with their passing.
Three-pointer Beckers knocks down the three ball. And we have just finished the third quarter, and a tight game we've got. Fever ahead, up 3. And we'll have the start of the fourth quarter for you as soon as we get back from this short break. We welcome you back to what has been a good one here as we get into the fourth quarter. So it's both teams making substitutions here. To tie it up. And the rebound goes to the Fever. To the inside. McBride. Alana Smith with room to shoot. Not enough on that one as it misses. Dallas trailing here. Beckers outside. And another miss by Dallas.
The defense has nothing to worry about out there with her shooting because she just can't dial it in from deep this half. They're passing the ball very crisply right now.
Their last 3 buckets have come by way of an assist.
Here's Zondalasini.
Segrist up top.
Pass to Zondalasini.
Beckers.
Just 5 to shoot from past the arc. And another miss by Dallas.
Closing down on leads is done by making smart plays on offense and taking care of the rock. It's not done by hoisting up bonehead threes like that one.
Here's Zondalasini.
Now here's Beckers.
Lets it go from the wing. And the bank shot is good.
Well, this is what Beckers is known for. He makes the big plays when it matters most.
Park outside. McBride. 20 feet out. Count it.
The vocal and emotional leader of the team. McBride's squad is in good hands when she has the basketball.
Now here's Beckers.
We've played just over 3.5 minutes now in this fourth quarter. Smith outside. Pass to McBride. Drains the three-pointer.
Well, over the course of her career, McBride has been so consistent from downtown.
And here's Segrist.
Covered by Smith.
Paige Beckers from outside.
Ball clean with the rebound.
Very close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Not a great habit to get into, letting her get that wide open.
Now here's Clark.
Shoots over Beckers.
And again, it's Indiana converting.
This is a serious game-clinching run they're on.
They are just not backing off, and they're going to close this one out in style. What a surge.
Give them credit just to finish this one off.
And the Wings call time here. To stop the run, and it's good on the layup. Now Clark. And they're in good position here to ride it out.
They certainly are. If they play smart here, this game's over.
Pass to McBride. Clark outside. From downtown. That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
What a tremendous night for Clark. And get used to this. I mean, she's going to be pouring points in for a very long time. I think that deficit's too much to overcome.
You nailed it, Tim. There just isn't enough ticks on the clock.
But get the bus going, get the plane going, whatever.
So it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. Some good moments throughout this one, but they had the clear advantage down the stretch.
Yeah, and they did a great job of execution, both offensively, defensively, playing in control. When they had a misstep, they got right back to work and made up for it.
And that'll wrap it up. Hello and welcome to this 2K Sports presentation of the WNBA. We'll watch the Washington Mystics in this one as they go up against the Indiana Fever. This is Blake Suniga alongside Tim Swartz and Brian Benefitemi, and we're excited for some 2K hoops.
And you can hear the excitement in the stands tonight. This Fever crowd knows how to make some noise.
Well, the energy already high in here. When you have a rivalry matchup like this, everybody is getting amped up.
And so for Washington, this hasn't been a great matchup for them. They have a losing record this season against the Fever.
And towards the end of the regular season, dealing with some aches and pains, it's something every team is grappling with.
Endurance, fortitude, the determination to overcome. That grit is something we love, not just about basketball, but sports.
Even if the players don't want to let on that they're struggling a little bit. Meanwhile, he's soft. I'll complain about a hangnail.
Clark can't get it to go.
You just assume she's going to knock those down when she's as open as she was there.
Bledsoe. Off target with the three.
That's a shot you want to take if you're looking for the three. Defense totally off balance.
Back to Copper. McBride. And a miss there on the triple.
You don't want to give up that kind of look often.
They're very lucky they didn't get burned.
And they pick up 2.
That's where you like your shots to come from.
And about 1 minute gone in the first quarter. Smith outside. Ball queen. On the wing, Kalia Copper. Again, the miss by the Fever.
And one thing teams liked about Kiki Iriafen going into the draft, her athleticism.
Yeah, Kiki was dunking in high school, explosive around the rim. She really improved her all-around game during her college years.
It's good.
She always knows where her teammates are going to be, and she'll have that ball there waiting for them.
Smith outside. Pass to Ball Queen. Clark connects from three-point range.
Took them a while to get going. They finally connect on their fourth shot of the game.
And around 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Takes the three. Offensive rebound. Iriafen with the ball. Smith is there. Up top, Iriafen. Hits the front of the rim and out. The Fever trailing. Here's Smith. The shot's good. Kayla McBride making the play.
A player who can get creative offensively. Let's just say Smith knows what to do inside.
Bledsoe, defended by Ball Queen. Bledsoe. Off the mark with the outside fadeaway. McBride right side. Smith outside. Ball Queen, covered by Iriafen. Pass to Copper, to the inside. Here's Ball Queen, buries it down low.
That's how to orchestrate for your teammate. Terrific pass.
First quarter of action and just under 3.5 minutes played. Bledsoe, defended by Ball Queen. Outside Citron. Will it go? And another miss by Washington. The Fever with the lead. And they have certainly been looking locked in offensively.
They sure have, staying aggressive and playing in control.
Good on the triple.
That's just great ball movement.
And that's keyed this run. Passing it with a purpose. The D has not been able to keep up.
Pass to Iriafen. And a foul called on the shot. Got her on the way up that time, so she'll shoot 2.
Playing with Iriafen's size is going to have to deal with a ton of contact. To her credit, she doesn't shy away from it.
And the first one falls for her. So she gets them both.
During the 2025 draft, the Mystics took 3 players in the top 6.
Oh, what a base going forward. Tania Citron went third, a very skilled wing, the 4th overall pick they had as well. Kiki Iriafen, a dynamic, explosive big. And they also got a point guard, Georgia Amore, with the 6th overall pick. Getting a hand in the face like that is crucial.
Now 8 seconds separating the 2 clocks. And she starts out with a miss in this one. Up top, Harris. Carrington outside. Ball Queen. Pass to Harris. Right wing. Carrington outside. And that does it for the first quarter. The Fever on top, up 4. And don't go away, as we'll be back with the action for the start of the second quarter in just a bit. Now the second quarter getting ready to start up. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
Not much room to operate on this one. A very tough D through one.
You know, they haven't given up a lot of easy chances at all.
Yep, count it.
She had her head on a swivel and was able to still pick up the pass and get the assist.
Pass to Harris. Baylor. It's good from long range.
And their shooting really starting to pick up here in the second quarter.
That ought to help them increase their separation. Impressive offensive output.
Covered by Harris. From 13. Rebounded by the Fever. And here's Ball Queen. On the wing, Dejanay Carrington. No good on the triple. The Mystics trailing. Covered by Harris. And she was camped there in the lane, and she gets the 3-second call. The Mystics making a switch here. Here's the Fever with the ball. Nelson Ododa with the bucket.
Out there to help others. Harris, such a good teammate.
The shot from the low post is good.
What an alert play. Just a great job of hitting her teammate on the move.
Carrington outside. Goes back up. Misses the layup. The Mystics on offense. Trailing by 5. Down low. Outside for Citron. And it's off from 3-point range.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Lucky she was off.
I just hope that was a mistake by the D, because if that's how they plan to guard her, they're going to have serious problems.
Now here's Citron. He hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Out to the left wing. And that one's good. Wells.
That's a heads-up play right there, guys. Not just on the assist, but also on the finish.
Pass to Ball Queen. Here in quarter 2, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now. Soft touch off the glass.
Very clever passing. She put that ball on a silver platter for her.
Sheldon outside. There's the triple. Nailed from 3-point land.
Love the confidence from Sheldon, wasting no time firing off the catch.
Timeout called the Fever. So we've reached the end of the first half of play. The Fever on top, up 7. And we will be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit. The second half just about to get going here. There's no question about it. Caitlin Clark displaying her skill set today.
She is such a dynamic scorer. That much we know. And her talent really was on full display in the first half.
Yeah, look, there's no way around it. She's a hard player to keep down, and so far, they haven't found the answer for her, and there might not be one.
Pass to Iriafen.
An easy 2 points on the layup.
Well, you see how effective Iriafen is inside, especially when she's playing assertive like this.
Right outside. Hits the 3-point bomb.
Double team, triple team, zone defense, something. I mean, you got to figure out a way to shut her down.
Bledsoe slammed home, and she draws the foul. A chance for another point at the line. And it'll be on Ball Queen. The Fever leading. Smith outside. Back to Clark. Pulls it from 20. And another basket for Indiana.
Well, she's been reliable again today. They need her points, and she's providing that.
A little over a minute gone here in the second half. Pass to Citron. Bledsoe, covered by Smith. Shot clock at 5. Bledsoe. And that one good.
Another bucket in the paint. That's just something they have not been able to stop today. And if they want to win this game, they got to figure out how to stop it.
You know, Brian, I think it's time to switch things up on D. What they've got going on right now is not getting it done.
And again, it's Indiana converting.
Well, what a great idea from Clark. The D, they don't want her to drive or hit threes, so the mid-range, it should normally be open for Caitlin.
Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith. Iriafen. Bledsoe. Well, it was only a matter of time. They finally get the bucket.
That's some more rugged play from them inside. They have a decent edge in rebounds.
And that hard work on the boards needs to continue. That could be what swings this game.
It's just been a great start for this offense here in the second half. They're 4 for 4 right now.
To the paint. And there's a whistle. That goes on Ball Queen. That'll be her second foul of the game. Just 5 on the clock. To the middle. Here's Iriafen. Rebounded by the Fever.
Well, offensively speaking, it has been a tough quarter for her.
Pass to Clark. Here's Harrington. Shoots the 3. And it's Iriafen with the rebound. Outside Citron. Iriafen. Let's go with a 3. Buries it from three-point range.
Textbook. Nice pass, nice catch, nice shot.
One item that stood out is their ball movement.
Things are definitely clicking, and more importantly, it's tough to defend.
Gets it to go from downtown.
Well, her shooting has been outstanding. Definitely, one of the reasons why they're winning this game.
Washington calls timeout.
They've been committing a lot of turnovers, and I imagine that's exactly what they're talking about right now. They need to tighten it up.
The Mystics trailing. Inside. And the layup falls.
They're shooting it quite well now.
Indiana with the ball. Carrington outside. And the Fever hit again from deep.
And add another three-pointer to their second half total.
They came out of the break dropping bombs and are just not letting up.
You love to see that.
Back to Sheldon.
Three-pointer. Rebounded by the Fever. Here's Carrington. And the Fever hit again from deep.
triples keep on falling, guys. 3 in a row now.
These defenders can't stay so soft on the perimeter.
On the wing, J.C. Sheldon.
Tried to answer back, but that three is off the mark.
Carrington outside. Pass to Harris.
Now here's Fagbenle.
Nelson Adota. Count it.
They're scoring much more efficiently in the second half, and it pushed their shooting percentage over 50%.
And any team will take that. If you're shooting over 50%, it means you're getting all the looks you want on offense, and they just have to play smart to keep this lead.
You always love it when you make more than you miss. Perfect screen there. Set her up with a terrific look.
Yeah, but that's a bad job by the defender to not fight through that screen to contest.
You want to see more effort there.
Now a timeout called by Indiana. And we're about 2 minutes into the fourth quarter now. Back to Clark. On the wing, Kalia Copper. And she's good on the three ball.
Well, they're getting their points now almost exclusively from three-point range. 4 of their last 5 makes from beyond the arc.
And the defense practically giving them those shots.
And they'll take them.
Now here's Iriafen.
Alana Smith with the defensive effort.
He hasn't had much success shooting the ball.
Copper outside. Pass to Ball Queen. And here's Smith. Lets it fly. The shot comes out. Here's Iriafen. Over to the wing. This one for 3. No good that time. And a good chance for them to slow it down.
Yeah, they should use some clock.
McBride outside. Back to Clark. Lets the 3 fly. And the Fever hit again from deep.
They're not letting up, guys. They just keep coming at them.
And I think it's safe to say that lead is too big to overcome at this point. Just not enough time on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now here's Citron.
To the middle. Ball Queen with the rebound. Man, they're in complete control.
Everything they're doing, it's been working out. Wow.
Back to Clark. And they're the Fever with another bucket.
And Caitlin Clark lighting it up, a fantastic player. We're seeing her talent on full display.
Trying to get back on track. And the rebound goes to the Fever.
If she can get to the rim, she'll usually turn it into points. But the defense stood tall there.
McBride outside. Kalia Copper from outside. And the Fever hit again from deep.
Well, if it wasn't already out of reach, it is now thanks to the spurt that they're having.
And why put on the brakes now, Tim? I say just keep on firing.
Man, Brian, you want to run up the score?
Pass to Iriafen. From downtown. Out of bounds, it'll be Fever ball. Very smooth pace to this offense.
Looking to keep building on this run.
Here's Harris. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. The outcome of this one was never in doubt.
They were really putting out a supreme effort, and it felt like once they had this significant lead, they were not going to let it go.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone. the WNBA on 2K Sports. Welcome in, everybody. And on tap tonight, it's the Indiana Fever going up against the Chicago Sky. Thanks for joining us. I'm Blake Suniga here with Brian Banafitemi and Tim Swartz.
This Chicago Sky home crowd is lively tonight. Chicago fans, we know they're a passionate bunch.
Well, the bottom line is these teams love to go at each other, the fans. Also, super hyped up. It is a matchup that gets everyone going.
And so for Indiana, well, so far this series has belonged to them. Let's see if they're able to keep it going against Chicago.
You guys have your eyes on the guard matchup. There's a lot of talent in the backcourt.
And I think that's something we could say for most of the games that we cover. There's just so many skilled guards in this league.
Yeah, we're definitely spoiled in that regard. There's no shortage of premier guard play here in the W.
Now here's Smith. Pass to Ball Queen. Clark, shot clock at 5. Now here's Ball Queen. Nneka Ogwumike with the rebound. Now here's Gray. Guarded closely. Ogwumike outside. McGee. Off target from outside. To the paint. Copper. That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
Unlike most wing guard types, Copper is really an inside-out type of player.
Pass to Ogwumike. We played just over a minute here in the first. To the left side wing. McGee. And it's good. Off the back of the rim and in. And here's Indiana. And here's Clark. And here's Kayla McBride from the arc. It's good, and she makes her first shot of the game.
A shooter who doesn't really need much space to be effective, McBride has a quick and accurate release.
Picked by Reese. Inside. Nice pass. Led him to the rack perfectly for the layup.
Ran her defender straight into that screen to open up the lane to the hoop.
And few WNBA players have garnered more attention than Angel Reese.
Well, she's just so charismatic, and Reese says what she thinks. Fans love that. And on the floor, she's a double-double machine.
Now here's Copper.
Here's Ball Queen, and she banks in the layup.
Well, an area of Copper's game that has vastly improved is her playmaking. She does a great job in setting up her teammates.
Ogwumike outside. Pass to Cardoso. And here's Reese. Covered by Smith. Fires from 14. And it's Chicago with another.
Intelligent passing to make that basket possible.
The Fever leading. Now here's Ball Queen. Covered by Cardoso. Copper outside. Here's Smith. Clark outside. All alone. And again, it's Indiana converting.
Sticking it from the mid-range. Clark doesn't need a lot of room to feel comfortable.
McGee. She's covered by Clark. Pass to Reese. Over Smith. And it's Chicago with another.
Fantastic pass. She made that a very easy bucket with the setup.
And it's the Fever ball. Copper outside. They get it back. Here's Ball Queen. Misses the baby hook. Ogwumike outside. To the wing on the left. Pass to Reese. Lets the three fly. Ball Queen with the rebound. Indiana with the ball. Shot from 12. And she tries off the glass, but it's no good. Back to Agumake. Outside Reese. Back to Agumake. Chance there to take the lead, missing. Just 1 second between the shot clock and game clock. Copper outside. Smith. Pass to Clark. And here's Smith. Fires the three. Drops in the tray. And that does it for the first quarter. Fever ahead. They're up by 4. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the other side of this break. And now, the second quarter just getting set to begin. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
It's been a long-range battle for them, and one they are winning.
Some sharp shooting from deep, a big part of why they're up.
Now, here's Young. 6 to shoot. Lays it up and in off a nice reverse.
Flashy handles for the Young, certainly doesn't lack confidence on the floor.
Carrington outside.
That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
The D has gotten a little lax defending the three-point shot at that end.
Yeah, 3 of the last 5 baskets they've allowed coming from beyond the arc.
Now here's Williams.
There's a screen by Billings.
Young shot is off.
Didn't see that miss coming.
Here's Carrington. She's covered closely. The Fever making a switch here. Here's Ball Queen. They lead by 6, their biggest margin. McBride misses. They really want to find that igniter here.
That's right, their offense is ground to a standstill.
Maybe you need to suit up, Tim. They need a spark.
Keeping Young out of the paint has to be a focus for this defense. She is so effective near the rim.
A bona fide all-star. Talk about Jackie Young and her game.
Well, she's got great size for a guard and can bully smaller players with her strength. But then you got to also factor in the skill side of things. Young has finished top 3 in three-point shooting a couple times.
Pass to Cardoso. Young. McGee. And it's off from three-point range. Up top, Harris. Stolen away. To the middle. Park down low that time and got hit with the 3-second call. So both teams making some changes here. Here's the Fever with the ball. They lead by 4. Clark outside. Pass to Copper. Takes the 3. The shot is good on the assist from Caitlin Clark.
With every season in the league, Copper takes more threes, getting comfortable beyond the arc.
Gray outside. Tried to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. Now here's Carrington. Now Nelson Adota. Caitlin Clark with the 3. And the Fever hit again from deep.
Great outside shooting is really fueling this run.
And the D is just getting bombarded. They haven't been able to slow them down.
Gray outside. Pass to Young.
There's a screen by Billings.
And there's the 3-second violation.
Just a total loss of concentration right there.
Yeah, this game could turn even more sour on them if those are the kinds of mistakes they're going to make.
Need better focus.
Here's the Fever with the ball. Their defense has allowed only 4 points in the quarter. Here's Carrington, and the Fever hit again from deep.
It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. Just phenomenal ball movement.
Everyone's looking for the best shot, and it's paid off during this run.
Now here's Young. Looking to end the run, and she's good on the 3-ball.
Unfazed by that scoreless first quarter, and she's heating up.
And it's the Fever ball. 13 points was their biggest lead of the game. Carrington. And another 3 for Indiana.
Last 5 makes, all 5 from long range.
And the defense hasn't pressed up to deny it. They're hanging back, and they're getting picked apart.
Pressure the ball, pressure something.
Now here's Gray. Wyatt so far offensively searching for first points of the game. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Here's Carrington. Rebound Chicago. Gray in the post. She's covered by Clark. Gray outside. The 3-pointer off the mark. Jacks up a 3. Oh, and she just knocked down the buzzer beater. Wow!
What a humongous shot to cap their run going into the break. They finished off that half on a roll.
So as we conclude the first half, so far fairly one-sided. The Fever on top, up by 16. And we will be right back after halftime for the start of the third quarter. See you in just a bit. And as we begin the second half, first half wasn't even close. And we'll see if there is a comeback on our hands or more of the same as we get the third started. Well, we've seen Carrington really having a great game.
Her play in the first half was very disciplined, very efficient. Her shot selection was consistently excellent.
That's right. And whether it's been from mid-range or in tight, she's taking only what the defense is giving her and not trying to do too much.
Welcome back to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the final 2 quarters. Now here is Agumake. She hasn't yet put up any points in this one. And that's collected by Kalia Copper. Pass to McBride. Copper outside. Clark. Back to Copper. There's the 3. And the 3-ball is good.
That's a dozen straight points coming off of threes.
Yeah, they're having free reign from beyond the arc. The defense is, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it, non-existent.
Oh! And she was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws for her. And it'll be on Ball Queen.
Well, Cardoso is a lot to handle for opposing defenses. That's why she gets to the line so often.
That free throw missing. That's off as well, so she misses both.
Well, the third pick in the 2024 WNBA draft, Cardoso is a quality center with a promising future.
Well, the D sagged off, and no hesitation on her part to rise up and bury the 3.
Now here is Agumake. Pass to Gray. Six on the shot clock. Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith.
Great rim protection by Smith, and all defensive selection for a reason.
She gets it in there.
Another pass put right into the shooter's pocket for a terrific assist. You know, they've done a lot of that today.
And, you know, it's something we haven't seen much at the opposite end of the court.
First free throw is good.
Well, you can't talk about Cardoso without bringing up the impact she has on the defensive end. It's not just about blocks. Her presence discourages players from even attempting interior shots.
Ball queen, covered by Cardoso. Clark outside. And the Fever hit again from deep.
These defenders are putting up very little resistance to the three-point shot.
And it's killing them. 4 of the last 5 makes coming from long range.
Pass to Cardoso. Gray outside. Back to Cardoso. Just 5 on the clock. McGee. The 19-footer is on the money. And we're well into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Ball queen with the ball. Gray picks her up. Pass to McBride. To the inside. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And suddenly, they're overflowing with confidence at the offensive end, getting everything to drop.
They're getting everything to drop, and at an ideal time. They're poised for a terrific crunch time run in this game.
Now it's Reese. She's got 6. McGee knocks down the 3-ball.
You know, she's done a ton to help this team, but if they're going to come back, she needs to do even more.
Clark right side. Pass to Ball Queen. On the wing, Kayla McBride. Copper. Clark outside. And she can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Pass to Reese.
Alana Smith with the defensive effort.
Clark outside. Copper. The three-pointer off the mark. McGee. McBride covering. Kicks it out to Reese. Ogumake. Pass to Cardoso. Outside Reese. And a miss there on the triple. Now here's Clark. 8 points for her. Back to Copper. On the wing, Kayla McBride. Drills the three-pointer.
They come out of halftime smoking hot from beyond the arc.
Yeah, and as hot as they are from out there, there's absolutely no reason not to just keep letting them fly.
I agree, Brian. They should all have the green light.
At the end of the third quarter, a huge lead, and this one may already have been decided. Fever ahead, running away with this one. And we're just moments away from the start of quarter number 4. Stay with us. And thanks again for joining us. We'll see what happens in the fourth.
Stay here.
Carrington outside. Pass to Nelson Adota.
Switch back with me.
Back to Carrington.
Hit me right here. Screen to the right. Stay there.
For 3. Gets the three-pointer to fall.
Oh, I think she owes the three-pointer dinner because it's been her best friend today, no question.
Well, it has been today anyway. I mean, look, most of her points have been courtesy of the deep ball.
McGee puts it in off the nasty crossover.
They can't afford to give her that kind of look.
Well, it came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you have to fight over the top of it.
And you need some help as well.
Kalia Copper for three. Chicago with the rebound. Down low. Ogumake. Jackie Young from outside. The basket good off the assist from Neko Ogumake.
You look at the numbers over her career, Jackie Young has really increased her three-point attempts.
Copper outside. Pass to Harris. Now ball queen.
She's guarded by Billings.
Count it. Good.
She was one step ahead of the D in making that pass. Nice assist.
And just about over 1.5 minutes gone by here in the fourth. Ogumake outside. Young. Good D by Kalia Copper.
That's a surprise. Out of character for her to miss those when the D's not right in her face.
Carrington. Pass to Harris.
Back to Carrington.
Here's ball queen. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass.
She's got a great read of where that miss was going, and that enabled her to be the first player to it and get the putback.
Back to Williams. Beyond the arc. And again, it's Chicago with a three.
You know, there are certain players who shoot much better off a pass. Williams is one of them. Allows her to set her feet.
On the wing, Dejanay Carrington. Copper outside. Three-pointer. Neko Ogumake pulls it in.
Well, she's definitely a threat from deep, but it just hasn't been going for her tonight. She might want to avoid that shot for a while.
Courtney Williams for three. Ball queen with the rebound. Pass to Copper. Here in the fourth quarter, just under 2.5 minutes gone by. Here's ball queen. Chicago with the rebound. Here's Williams. The three is up. And it's Courtney Williams again missing.
Carrington outside.
Pass to ball queen. The rebound by Courtney Williams. To the inside. Banked in off the glass.
A mobile front court player, Monique Billings, a great pick and roll partner.
So it's Indiana now. Here's ball queen.
Left side, Carrington.
Shot to stop the drought. And that one off the back of the rim and in.
It's just terrific to see Carrington taking charge on the offensive end. And you know the bench loves to see it as well.
Pass to Young. For three. Ball queen with the rebound. And here's Harris. Ball queen up top. And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. And this crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
Boy, I mean, for us too, it was shocking. I don't care what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to come in and just cruise to the type of win they had tonight.
And that's a wrap, everyone. It's the WNBA on 2K Sports. Welcome in, everybody. And on tap tonight, it's the Golden State Valkyries going up against the Indiana Fever. I'm Blake Suniga, and with me at the broadcast table are Tim Swartz and Brian Banafitemi.
Well, taking a look at these two teams tonight, I think it's fair to expect a lot of three-point shooting.
Yeah, both of these teams love to let it fly. Whichever team hits more threes is probably going to be the winner.
That's how most basketball games are now these days, Brian, and that could be the case. Whoever hits more threes wins the game. For me, I cannot wait to watch this shootout.
Here we go.
Tip-off goes to Indiana. Clark with it. Smith outside. Back to Clark. Fires for three. Off to a good start as she hits her first shot attempt.
And this is her shot. Clark is an absolute menace from beyond the arc.
Outside McDonald. Down low. Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith.
Great rim protection by Smith, and all defensive selection for a reason.
And she makes that one.
That's what I call pretty passive. Timely recognition as to where the open teammate was.
Lloyd from long range. And the three ball is good.
You know, as her career has unfolded, Lloyd has become a much more consistent three-point shooter. It's become a huge strength of hers.
Oh, a great player in this league for a long time. Jewell Loyd took home the 2023 scoring title.
Yeah, scoring almost 25 points per game. If you remember when Stewie left Seattle, Lloyd picked up the scoring load, proving she is more than capable of being a number one option.
That's a surprise. Out of character for her to miss those when the D's not right in her face.
Pass to McBride. Back to Clark. Lets it fly from 18. And again, it's Indiana converting.
Looking good so far. Made all four of their shots to get it going.
And here's Lloyd. That's in. She's got two made now, and she's shooting 2 for 3.
Well, she's never one of the taller players in the lane, but Lloyd's crafty moves help her get buckets down low.
Pass to Ball Queen. Clark outside. Here's Smith. There's the triple. That one's off. She's now 1 for 2.
Well, all good things must come to an end, and they finally miss after making their first 4 shots.
Here's Lloyd. 5 points in the game. Just 5 to shoot. Over McBride. And it's Lloyd missing.
Well, that's just not a sight you see very often because she has a great feel for that jump shot, especially when she's open.
She might not be the top sharpshooter in this league, but that's not a shot that D can afford to give to her.
Now here is Lloyd. The 3 is up. Now in the scoring column with that deuce. 1 for 2 this game.
3's going down quickly at both ends.
What an answer. You come at me with the 3, I'm coming right back.
Everybody gets a 3.
And Copper can't get it to go.
Golden State trailing here.
Now Phoebish.
Looking for her first basket still in this one. Pass to Clark. And here's Ball Queen.
Now here's Copper.
Inside. Here's Ball Queen.
And the rebound goes to the Valkyries.
Now here is Lloyd. She's got 5. Outside McDonald. Lets it go from deep. The offensive rebound. And yep, it's good.
She's got a great read of where that miss was going, and that enabled her to be the first player to it and get the putback.
Now here's Smith. And the basket is good.
An intimidating interior presence. Smith uses her toughness to get her way down low.
Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. And it's Lloyd missing.
Her shooting numbers slipping this quarter.
Clark outside. Copper. And we've reached the end of the first quarter. The Fever on top, up 5. And the second quarter is on the way when we return. And now the second quarter. Harris with it. Wyatt so far offensively searching for first points of the game. Copper outside. Nelson Adota. Pass to Ball Queen. Just 5 on the clock. Stewart grabs the miss. And so it's Golden State with it. They've only given up 2 points this quarter. Here's Phoebish. Bangs home the trifecta.
Such a sharp shooter. That's almost a layup for her. So wide open.
Pass to Nelson Adota. Ball Queen. Defended by Stewart. Here's Harris. Here's Ball Queen. Defended by Stewart. Ball Queen with the miss. The Valkyries leading. Outside McDonald. To the paint. Cuts off the pass. With some arc. And Copper lays it in.
They thought they were in good position on D, but Copper is just too good.
Outside Howard. And a miss there on the triple.
Yeah, the great shooters, they know when they've got enough opening to go for the three. I didn't think it was a bad choice there.
Yeah, not very good defensive coverage that time. The D got lucky.
That's the third bucket in a row from the paint. And I know nobody likes a traffic jam, but this defense needs to clog those lanes in the middle.
Yeah, nobody likes the traffic jam. We can agree on that. They can't allow the offense to get those high-quality looks inside.
They had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
And when she's open like that, you don't see her miss that sort of look very often.
All the contenders trying to turn it on here at the end of the year. How important is momentum heading into the postseason?
It depends on the makeup of your team. If you got a bunch of older stars, maybe you're prioritizing health at this point of the year.
Well, you'd also like to avoid peaking too early, but that's pretty hard to gauge and hard to control.
And what you admire about Kahleah Copper is she was a single-figure scorer in her first 4 seasons, but she spent so much time in her game and has turned into an all-WNBA level player.
Now here's Ball Queen. She's been patient so far. Nothing yet on the scoreboard. Takes the 3. And Copper good for 3.
Good work to tack some more points onto this lead.
Some more possessions just like that, and they'll do more than sustain the lead. They'll start to pull away.
Have to just be a little bit more aggressive and consistent offensively.
Now here is Lloyd. She's got 5. Pass to Copper. Takes the 3. It is not good. She's made half of her 6 attempts. On the wing, Gary McDonald. Back to Lloyd. To the right side. Up top, McDonald. Will it go? That misses, and she's 0 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, she has been way off the mark this quarter. It is getting rough.
Jewel Lloyd with the steal. And here's Phoebish. Launches it. That one misses. Would have counted had it gone. And we've reached halftime in this one. The Fever on top, up by 7. Stay with us, folks. We'll be back just after halftime to get the third quarter going. And the third quarter about to get underway here. And we've seen Copper really getting it done out there.
How about her scoring in the first half? She's looked like a very different player today, an elite player.
Yeah, and she's been a pleasant surprise for them, that's for sure. She really hit on something that worked in those first 2 quarters.
Golden State trailing here. Here's McDonald. No scoring yet from her, but that's likely to change. Pass to Phoebish. Now Lloyd. Shot clock at 5. And here's McDonald. From outside the arc. No good.
Battling hard on the glass, and they hold the advantage there.
Yeah, they're fighting for every loose carom and giving it as good as they get inside.
Back-to-back three-pointers for them. The defense is slacking off a little.
You've got to respect that 3, or you'll give up points in a hurry.
Now here is Lloyd. She's got 5. Now Clark. Copper outside. Back to Clark. Good, and the assist goes to Kahleah Copper.
Never a bad idea to set up Caitlin Clark, and she's seemingly always ready to fire.
And they could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Yeah, too many empty possessions. I mean, it's simple. They need points.
Good.
So reliable, guys. Her offense, it doesn't come and go. It's always there.
Ball queen up top. Right around a minute and a half played in the third quarter. Copper outside. Puts up a 3. No good on that shot. Now here's McDonald. She hasn't yet put up any points in this one. From deep. Nailed from three-point land.
Timely pass by McDonald. She is never one to play selfish basketball.
Clark with it. She's got 11. For 3, Kayla McBride buries the long-range jumper.
That's a dozen straight points coming off of 3s.
Yeah, they're having free reign from beyond the arc. The defense is, I'm going to go out on a limb and say, non-existent.
Just over 2.5 minutes gone by in the second half. McDonald, no good.
Down right now in the game, you can look at her performance as a direct indicator of why they are losing. They'll want to generate more of those shots in tight.
And here's McDonald. There's a screen. Shoots the 3. The shot, no good. To the middle. Back to McBride. Clark outside. Pass to Smith. Now here's McBride. Screen by Smith. McBride outside. Caitlin Clark outside. And the rebound goes to the Valkyries. Here's McDonald. Back to Lloyd. Fades away and sinks the tough shot.
She's been a real positive factor. Though, as a team, they're still falling a bit short there.
Now a timeout called by Indiana. And the Valkyries making a switch here. We've gone about 3.5 minutes into the third now.
Well, it's a bit odd seeing Jewell Loyd out there not in a Storm uniform, you know?
Yeah, from going first overall in 2015 to the 6 All-Star appearances, 2 titles. Loyd spent her first 10 seasons with the Storm, and no doubt she's still got plenty of fans in Seattle.
Now here's McDonald. He hasn't scored yet. That, I'm sure, will change. Outside for Stewart. Parked down low that time and got hit with the 3-second call.
She's not doing them any favors making those kind of errors.
Pass to Howard. And here's Stewart, defended by Ball Queen. Count the basket.
A quality passer at her position. Howard enjoys finding her teammates in their spots.
Now here's Ball Queen, defended by Stewart. And here's Harris. Now here's Copper. Carrington outside. Just 4 to shoot. Here's Harris. Off target from 3-point range. And here's Golden State. 11-point game. Covered by Carrington. They get the rebound. Second chance shot. And there's the rejection. And she's able to get it back. And it's Stewart missing. And these guys have had some good motion on offense. Nice assists.
When everybody's involved offensively, it's in a way helping you defensively too.
Now here's Carrington. Pass to Copper. The tray. Natasha Howard with the rebound. Final quarter here, and we're just over a minute and a half through it. Bridges. Good on the shot, and that shaves the lead to single digits.
Took advantage of some shoddy D there. They got to at least get a finger on her.
Now a timeout called by Indiana. So it's both teams making substitutions here. The Fever with the lead. McBride outside. Here's Smith. No good on the 3.
Even without that 3 ball dropping for her, the defense should have done way more on that last play.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be better as a coach. You can't stand seeing her having that much space to get her shot off. She's starting to turn it on now after a slow start.
McBride outside. Back to Clark. Copper. They need this. That one doesn't drop. Over 2.5 minutes in the books here in the fourth. Loyd with it. Now guarded by McBride. Stevenson. Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith. McBride outside. Back to Clark. That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
What a tremendous night for Clark. And get used to this. I mean, she's going to be pouring points in for a very long time.
Here's Loyd. There's the 3. Sinks the triple.
Of all the players you want to leave open out on the perimeter, she is the last person on the list.
Smith outside. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the fourth quarter here. Pass to Ball Queen. And she drops in the layup off glass.
Sharp pass to set up the very high percentage shot in close.
Golden State trailing here. Loyd up top. McBride covering. And it's good. 2 points.
Whatever the team needs from Lloyd, it feels like she's right there to provide it. Tonight, it's been her scoring.
McBride outside. Ball queen. Lets the three fly. Good on the three-point shot.
And add another three-pointer to their second half total.
They came out of the break dropping bombs and are just not letting up.
You love to see that.
He can't hit that time. McBride outside. Back to Smith. Clark. Leah Copper from outside. That shot off.
Well, this game's finally gotten away from them.
It has. There's not really anything they can do.
Yes, it's good. Here's Clark. And they can just sit on the ball here.
Enjoy it. They've earned the win.
No doubt. Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. And the basket by Ball Queen. And so the Fever take the win. And some good competition, but the hometown advantage and their ability to stay focused, I think, made the difference.
You got to defend your home floor, and they really seem to revel in confidence. This is what they came out to do here.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone. Hello and welcome to this 2K Sports presentation of the WNBA. We'll watch the Indiana Fever in this one as they go up against the Washington Mystics. I'm Blake Suniga, and with me at the broadcast table are Tim Swartz and Brian Banafitemi.
And here in D.C., this crowd even more fired up than usual. This is a big one for the Mystics.
Well, the energy already high in here. When you have a rivalry matchup like this, everybody is getting amped up.
And so for the Fever, they've gotten the better of this season series so far against the Mystics. Now for the 2025 season, the WNBA made some changes to their playoff format.
Yeah, the best-of-3 first-round series now follow the 1-1-1 schedule, which increases travel but assures that every team gets a home game.
Yeah, I love that. You know, you guarantee now that every team that makes the playoffs, their home fans will get a playoff game. It wasn't like that before. The other big thing is they expanded the finals format, going from best-of-5 to best-of-7, which has a 2-2-1-1-1 structure, with the higher seed hosting games 1, 2, and then 5 and 7 if necessary.
Now here's McBride. Hits the three-point bomb.
Well, over the course of her career, McBride has been so consistent from downtown.
Pass to Iriafen.
Over Smith.
Shot by Iriafen, no good.
It's very dangerous to leave her open like that. Lucky break for the D that she missed it.
Shot's good by Clark.
And Clark isn't just a shooter. She's also skilled at getting to the lane and finishing.
Iriafen,
Covered by Smith.
Iriafen with the ball.
Smith is there. 6 on the shot clock. To the inside. He hits it just before the shot clock expires.
Give an assist there, not for a pass, but for the solid screen set on the inside that freed her up and really just made that layup possible.
And the basket by Iriafen.
Putting her height to work. Iriafen able to overcome that physicality inside.
McBride outside.
Pass to Ball Queen.
And the rebound goes to the Mystics.
And she doesn't miss many of those, especially with the defender not in the best of positions.
And it's McBride with the foul. That is her first foul of the game. Five on the clock.
Outside Citron. Iriafen.
Over Smith.
Nice contest by Smith. She's got great length.
Shot by Iriafen, no good.
Pass to Smith. Back to Clark. Takes the three.
Citron grabs the miss.
The Mystics leading.
Iriafen.
She's covered by Clark.
Here's Iriafen.
And she lays it straight in.
Well, Iriafen is known for her efficiency. That's a high percentage play.
And it's the Fever ball. Pass to Ball Queen. McBride. Smith outside. Launches a three. Sinks the triple. And it's all knotted up.
Good pass work. The assist was right on target.
To the middle.
Here's Iriafen.
And she drops in the layup off glass.
Her efficient scoring. A nice lift to their offense tonight.
Pass to Ball Queen. Clark. And another three for Indiana.
That's a great play right there. Getting Clark in rhythm for a catch and shoot.
Outside Citron.
And she can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. McBride outside. Inside. Here's Ball Queen. The shot's good. Kayla McBride making the play.
That's exactly what they're going for in that possession.
And here's Washington. They trail by 3.
Iriafen with the ball.
Smith is there. Bader on the way.
Shot by Iriafen, no good.
Played some hard-nosed D in the paint there. Well done.
That really was a good job protecting the bucket. Held her ground nicely.
Caitlin Clark outside. And another 3 for Indiana. And that does it for the first quarter. Fever ahead, up 6. Stay with us as we get set to bring you quarter number 2 after this. Now the second quarter getting ready to start up. And what stands out to you from the Fever in this one?
Scoring has come in threes for the most part so far.
Yeah, and every time down the floor, it seems like they're hitting a triple.
Here's Ball Queen. The Mystics pull it in.
Here's Wells.
Shot clock at 6. And here's Iriafen outside. Nelson Adota with the rebound. The Fever leading. Pass to Carrington. Now here's Harris.
Back to Carrington.
Off target from three-point range.
You can tell she thought that triple was going to fall.
She's just shaking her head after that miss.
Iriafen a screen.
Down low. Nelson Adota with the rebound. Up top, Harris. She hasn't yet put up any points in this one. Nelson Adota with the bucket.
Puts her superb floor vision on full display. Harris is one of the more traditional point guards in this game.
Here's Iriafen. That misses off the backboard.
The fadeaway, about her only option once she decided to shoot. Defender had very good position.
Pass to Harris. Baylor. A chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. It's a deflection. Carrington outside. Pass to Harris. Launches it. One up, one down. She makes her first shot in this game.
They're getting a lot of their points outside the paint. 3 of their last 5 buckets are from three-point range.
The defense, they have to close out quicker.
Time called here. The Mystics decide to talk it over. And the Fever making a change here. Here in quarter 2, we've played a little over 2.5 minutes now.
That's something they need to do more of. Get after it on the glass.
It certainly wouldn't hurt. Some extra possessions would definitely help narrow the gap. Unselfish basketball on the interior. That's the kind of pass a coach loves to see.
Bledsoe Defended by Ball Queen. That's tipped. Clark outside.
Get her! Hey, look over here!
Stripped away. Here's Sheldon. Misses from short range.
The D was ready for her that time, and they had to be. She is strong in the paint.
Pass to McBride. Smith outside. From past the arc. She can't get that one to fall. They need a good offensive possession.
Yeah, it's been a long time without a bucket. Focus.
Now Iriafen. Over Smith. The Mystics again can't hit. McBride outside. The three. And the rebound goes to the Mystics. To the paint. They need this. And that's 2 points on the layup.
She's got so many tricks in her bag. She will find a way to hurt you.
Pass to Ball Queen. Here's Smith. Beyond the arc. That's in. She's got 2 made now, and she's shooting 2 for 3.
A big part of Smith's value, Alana can hit threes and space the floor as a big.
To the middle. Here's Iriafen. And so she draws the foul on the shot. A trip to the line to shoot 2. And the first one at the line is good.
When you look at the type of player Kiki Iriafen was in college, you start to see why her game will translate really well to the W.
And they've built a very nice lead.
No signs of slowing down, at least as far as I can tell.
It's a 4-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Caitlin Clark outside. Nailed from three-point land.
It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. Just phenomenal ball movement.
Everyone's looking for the best shot, and it's paid off during this run.
1 second left. And released it in time, but it's off the mark. And that does it for the first half of play. Fever ahead, up by 15. And we'll see you right after halftime for the beginning of the third quarter. Welcome back to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the final 2 quarters. It's been quite the game for Clark.
And I wonder how long she can continue to shoot the 3 ball as well as she has up to this point. She's been quite simply lights out.
Yeah, exactly. And this is something we both know, that sometimes you have those nights where the bucket looks as wide as the Grand Canyon, and it really might be one of those nights for her.
Indiana with the ball. McBride outside. Back to Clark. There's the triple. That falls. Great assist by Kayla McBride.
Triples keep on falling, guys. 3 in a row now.
These defenders can't stay so soft on the perimeter.
Bledsoe, defended by Ball Queen. Foul called that time on the way up, and that'll give her 2 chances at the free throw line. And it'll be on Ball Queen. First free throw is good. And she makes both free throws. Here's Ball Queen. Over to the wing. Off target from outside. Pass to Iriafen. Bledsoe. Ball queen with the rebound. Indiana with the ball. Kalia Copper from outside. He can't hit that time. Clock at 6. And a miss there on the triple. Now here's Clark. She's guarded closely.
Still cold from the field at the start of this third quarter. 1 of 4 so far.
Scott. That 3 off the mark.
3 straight misses here to start the second half. Is that good?
Pass to Clark. Down low. Here's ball queen. A tad short, but it's good off the front iron.
One aspect of their play today that's been far superior is their passing.
And that kind of flow, it can be elusive, but the great offenses have it. And that's just what they've shown tonight.
Time called here. The Mystics decide to talk it over. So both teams making some changes here. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Shoots it. Makes no mistake on the open jump shot.
They get one to drop. 1 of 4 here in the third.
Smith outside. McBride outside. Kicks it out to Clark. Four on the clock. Lets it go from deep. He gets nothing in that trip down the court. 5 of 9 with that miss.
Well, offensively speaking, it has been a tough quarter for her.
Bledsoe, defended by ball queen. Bledsoe, it's deflected. Out of bounds, Mystics ball as Washington keeps possession. A little under 2.5 minutes off the clock now in the third quarter. So both teams changing it up here.
Yo, bro, you're as good as you go. Don't follow that move. Anytime. Y'all look for that.
Quarter basketball here. A little under 3.5 minutes gone now. And here's Carrington. Pass to Fagbenle. Back to Carrington. Inside. Ball queen. And she comes up with the deuce. And Washington has possession. 15-point game. Sheldon. She's covered by Fagbenle. Off the mark there with the 3.
It's a +5 advantage for them in the rebounding category after that one.
Very steady work they've been doing on the interior. Really a well-rounded effort overall.
Now here's Fagbenle.
Just 5 on the clock. Here's Nelson Adota. And another basket for Indiana.
Whatever their plan was defensively that time, it did not work. Not if it results in that shot.
Back to Sheldon.
3-pointer. Ball queen with the rebound.
surprising miss, wouldn't you say? I mean, she usually devours those wide open opportunities.
That's in. It's her 5th field goal, and she's shooting a hot 71%. 5 for 7. Pass to Melbourne. To the inside. That one, good for 2.
Well, that pick, it worked like a charm. A nice job taking it right to the tin for the layup.
Timeout called the Fever. Now here's Ball Queen. Tight defense on her. Shot's good by Clark.
She's on her way to putting up a big 3-point total.
The Mystics really having a tough go here. Pass to Iriafen. And here's Citron. Now here's Iriafen. Clock at 4. Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith.
Great rim protection by Smith. An all defensive selection for a reason.
Make sure you move with them. Don't leave them. That's the same move every time. It's good.
4th quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it.
Let the game come to you. Hey, move! Drive and kick, baby. I'll be ready. Hey, pick it up.
Pass to Ball Queen. Just 5 to shoot. McBride shoots over Citron. McBride misses. Here's Iriafen. And just about 3 minutes through the 4th and final quarter here. And it goes as the official calls the foul. Count it, and she'll shoot one more at the line.
Play inside. Come over to it.
Here's Clark. Pass to Ball Queen. On the wing, Kalia Copper. Clark. McBride with the ball. All alone. And it's Iriafen with the rebound. If you're just tuning in, welcome. We've played about 3.5 minutes into the 4th quarter here. Shoots the 3. Buries the long-range jumper.
A wide open 3. They need much better communication defensively.
Now here's Clark. Smith outside. Pass to Clark. And here's Copper. Back to Clark. From the arc. Good. Coming off the assist by Kalia Copper.
This game's over, guys. I think we can say that with certainty.
Yeah, we'd like to officially welcome everyone to garbage time.
Welcome, guys.
Pass to Iriafen. Oh, and it's blocked by Alana Smith.
Because of Smith's ability to read opponents effectively, she's able to be just a quality shot blocker.
Now here's McBride. Smith, right side. Copper. And it's in.
Terrific run to put this ball game away.
And now let's see just how much longer they keep that foot on the accelerator.
They got to keep it on the accelerator to the finish line.
Hey, move! Switch back with me! Switch back with me!
Outside Citron.
Call that switch! Come on, call that switch! Come around, come around!
And so it's the Fever taking care of business in this one. And this crowd was stunned by the manner in which their team was dismantled.
Boy, I mean, for us too, it was shocking. I don't care what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to come in and just cruise to the type of win they had tonight.
That'll do it for our broadcast, everyone.